last in the call, so we can go ahead and jump right in. I'm going to put everyone on mute, except for y'all men, and then we'll take and give the floor to Brother Israel.
Shalom, everybody. I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 17, please. He reads, "Hear the right, O Yahweh, attend unto my cry. Give ear unto my prayer, that goeth not out of feigned lips. Let my sentence come forth from thy presence. Let thy eyes behold the things that are equal. Thou hast proved my heart. Thou hast visited it in the night. Thou hast tried me and shalt find nothing. I am proposed that my mouth shall not transgress. Concerning the works of men, by the word of thy lips, I have kept me from the paths of the destroyer." Excuse me. Okay, right. 5th verse. "Hold up my goings to thy paths, that my footsteps slip not. I have called upon thee, for thou wilt hear me, O Elohim. Incline thine ear unto me, and hear my speech. Shew thy marvelous loving kindness, O thou that savest by thy right hand them which put their trust in thee from those that rise up against them. Keep me as the apple of the eye. Hide me under the shadow of thy wings, from the wicked that oppress me, from my deadly enemies who compass me about. They are enclosed in their own fat. With their mouth they speak proudly. They have now compassed us in our steps. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. Like as a lion that is greedy of his prey, and as it were a young lion lurking in the secret places. Arise, O Yahweh, disappoint him, cast him down, deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword, from men which are thy hand, O Yahweh, from men of the world, which have their portion in this life, and whose belly thou fillest with thy hid treasure. They are full of children, and leave the rest of their substance to their babes. As for me, I will behold thy face in righteousness. I shall be satisfied when I awake with thy likeness." Hallelujah. I would like everyone to turn to Psalms 27, please. Psalms 27. He reads, "Yahweh is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yahweh is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? When the wicked, even my enemies, and my foes come upon me to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Though an host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desired of Yahweh, that will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Yahweh all the days of my life, to behold the beauty of Yahweh and to inquire in his temple. For in the time of trouble He shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me up upon a rock. And now shall my head be lifted up above my enemies round about me. Therefore will I offer in his tabernacle sacrifices of joy. I will sing, yea, I will sing praises unto Yahweh. Hear, O Yahweh, when I cry with my voice. Have mercy also upon me and answer me. When thou saidest, seek ye my face, my heart said unto thee, thy face, Yahweh, will I seek. Hide not thy face far from me. Put not thy servant away in anger. Thou hast been my help. Leave me not. Neither forsake me, O Elohim of my salvation. When my father and my mother forsake me, then Yahweh will take me up. Teach me thy way, O Yahweh, and lead me in a plain path because of my enemies. Deliver me not over unto the will of my enemies, for false witnesses are risen up against me, and such as breathe out cruelty. I had fainted unless I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of Yahweh in the land of the living. Wait on Yahweh, be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thine heart. Wait, I say, on Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah and Shalom, Israel. Today's presentation will be called, What Did Daniel and Nehemiah Command the Children of Israel According to Your Scriptures? And the only way that we can answer that correctly is by investigating the scriptures or the books of Daniel and Nehemiah. And that's what we'll do today. There's a few chapters out of Daniel and the book of Nehemiah that we will examine and read this day to make sure we understand all that Daniel commanded the children of Israel, also in the book of Nehemiah, to make sure we understand all that Nehemiah commanded the children of Israel. Before I get into this presentation, I would like to start it out by a few words of warning through the book of wisdom, which I will use, and that book is called the book of Ecclesiastes. Let us all turn our scriptures to the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, which you will find right after the book of wisdom, which is called the book of Proverbs. And it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter. And I would like to read the 1st to the 15th verse. And it reads, To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill and a time to heal. There's a time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get and a time to lose. There's a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silent and a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time of war and a time of peace. What profit have he that worketh in that wherein he labors? I have seen the travel which Elohim hath given to the sons of men to be exercised in it. He hath made everything beautiful in his time. Also, he hath set the world in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that Elohim maketh from the beginning to the end. I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life, and also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of Elohim. I know that whatsoever Elohim does, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And Elohim does it that men should fear before him. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be have already been. And Elohim requires that which is past. And today, in this subject matter, we will find out that which Yahweh requires and that which is past. And we will discover today all that Yahweh told Daniel and told Nehemiah concerning the children of Israel. We have many brothers and sisters teaching that Daniel have commanded or have talked to the children of Israel and told them to walk the walk that he was walking. And many of us are measured by what Daniel did and what we are doing this day. Well, we just read in the book of wisdom that there is a time for everything under the sun. And there was actually a time that Daniel had a spirit upon him in captivity. And Daniel did all the things that Yahweh wanted Daniel to do because this spirit was upon him and he was well favored. Well, as the book of Proverbs or the book of Ecclesiastes speaks, there is a time for everything. And the time of Daniel is not our time. What Daniel suffered and endured, we are not actually suffering, nor are we enduring it, nor do we have the spirit and the power to do all that we read in the historical narratives of Daniel. It tells us, if we turn our scripture to Exodus, the 3rd chapter, continuing to show that there is a time for everything under the sun. And that Yahweh, not you and I, but Yahweh requires that which has passed. Thus, it tells us in Exodus, the 3rd chapter, about something that has passed. And when we read this that has passed, we see today that Yahweh requires that which is past. Thus, we see ourselves in similar situation as our fathers were in Egypt. Not so as our fathers were in Babylon, which we will soon realize once we start reading from the book of Daniel. But I want to show something similar in how Yahweh requires that which is past. Thus, it tells us in the book of Exodus, the 3rd chapter, and I would love to start reading at the 2nd verse. And it reads, "And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame." And please take note that Yahweh uses the same instruments throughout because he requires that which is past. It tells us again in his 2nd verse, "And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burnt with fire, and the bush was not consumed. And Moses said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the bush is not burnt. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the bush and said, Moses, Moses. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Draw not nigh highter, put off thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place wherein thou standest is holy ground. Moreover, he said, I am the Elohim of thy father, the Elohim of Abraham, the Elohim of Isaac, and the Elohim of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians. And as we just read, there is a time for everything under the sun. So we see that our fathers were being afflicted, and they were being servants for a very long time, and they found themselves crying out. And in the almighty perfect time, he allows us to know that he heard our cry and that he seen our affliction. Thus he told Moses in the 8th verse, and he also told us in the 7th verse, the last sentence, for I know their sorrows. The 8th verse tells us, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, to bring them up out of that land, not to keep them in that land and teach them the covenant of the law, but to bring them out of that land into a good land, the land that Israel was to possess forever, and a large. And a lot of times we see the same terminology used throughout the scriptures to denote that Yahweh changes not. Thus it says, in a large, into a land flowing with milk and honey, and to the place of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry, for there is a time to cry, and there is a time to laugh. And after this time of crying, we notice Israel laughed because of the great mercy of their Elohim. It was like the psalmist says, it was like waking up out of a nightmare. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me. And I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee into Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. So it lets us know that there was a time that our fathers found themselves sojourning among the enemy. And in this sojourning, they were being afflicted and they were made to serve. And it relates a lot to you and I today, how we find ourselves scattered on the four corners of the earth. I did not say it was the same, but it relates to us. And it's similar to what we are enduring today, more so than what we're going to find in the book of Daniel. But it allows us to also know that Yahweh is in control and that Yahweh is the judge, which is the meaning of Daniel's name. Yahweh is my judge. And Yahweh will save us, as we read in Exodus, the 3rd chapter. Well, the Almighty changes not. The Almighty has given and made a covenant with our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that covenant consists of us living in that promised land forever. Thus, the Almighty told Israel through Moses, after 430 years of sojourning in their enemy's land, that he have heard their cry, and that he have seen their affliction, and he have remembered the covenant that he made with our fathers. Thus he sent Moses to tell Pharaoh to let his children go. And we just read, according to Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, that there is a time for everything under the sun. Thus, dealing with what Daniel and Nehemiah commanded the children of Israel, I would like to start by reading Jeremiah, the 24th chapter. Because we will find in Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, the words of our Creator dealing with the captivity that Daniel and our fathers found themselves in. And this captivity is totally different from the captivity we just read about in Exodus, the 3rd chapter. For it denotes in Exodus, the 3rd chapter, and also in Exodus, the 12th chapter, that their sojourning was of 430 years. The bondage that our fathers found themselves in the book of Daniel and the book of Jeremiah denotes only 70 years, And that 70 years was based on the defilement of the Sabbathal year and the Sabbaths that our father continually disobeyed. Thus they were judged and punished in Babylon. And while they found themselves in Babylon, in the enemy's land, the land enjoyed her Sabbath. So this captivity that we're about to investigate in the book of Daniel is totally different than the bondage that we just read about in the book of Exodus that relates more to what we are going through this day. And at this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a piece of paper and a pen, that ye may jot down these most relevant scriptures, and you can go back in your spare time and study these words. That way you will know exactly what Daniel said and did not say, and you will know exactly what Nehemiah said and did not say and do. So it tells us in Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, if we all turn there, please. And this 24th chapter of Jeremiah is denoting that the children of Israel had forsaken the covenant of the law, and that they have been judged for it, and they are about to receive their punishment. But the Almighty left words of hope to those that will lend an ear that they may hear. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 24th chapter, I'll start at the very first verse. And this metaphor denotes the people as a whole. And it tells us in the very first verse, Yahweh showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were set, as Israel will be set in the 70-year bondage, before the temple of Yahweh. After that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captive Yorkana and the son of Joachim, king of Yehuda, and the princes of Yehuda with the carpenters, smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. This presentation is trying to show forth all that Yahweh has said and all that the children of Israel had to do. And we're trying to use these scriptures to show that Yahweh changed not, and that there is a way that a man shall walk. For we read in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, while it is on my mind, Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, we just read where the Almighty installed into Solomon to tell us, dealing with there is a time for everything under the sun. In the 12th verse, it also told us, I know that there is no good in them, but for a man to rejoice and to do good in his life. So no matter what situation Israel found themselves under, they were always expected to do good. And we're going to show where many of our brothers and sisters did good through exploit, and that the Almighty acknowledged them as being good. Thus, this 24th chapter is talking about Israel as a whole, but it's also talking about Israel being in two separate baskets. And these two separate baskets represent two separate paths of life. One in obedience and one in disobedience. Thus, it tells us in the second verse, one basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe. And the other basket had very knotty figs. And this metaphor is denoting the people as a whole. And they are called figs. One basket or one group represent good figs, even the first ripe, and the other basket represent very knotty figs, which cannot be eaten. They were so bad. And this knottiness and this badness comes from disobedience. It's coming from if one truly hearkened to all that Yahweh said, they would be considered as the good figs, and those that leaned upon their own understanding and walked in their own path was considered the very knotty figs, which could not be eaten. They were so bad. Then said Yahweh unto me, what seest thou, Jeremiah? And I said, figs, the good figs, very good, and the evil, very evil. And the only thing that makes them good or evil is their obedience or their disobedience to all that Yahweh said. Again, the word of Yahweh came unto me, saying, thus said Yahweh, the Elohim of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Yehuda, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. So it lets us know that these two groups of people that is metaphorically called figs will be sent out of their land into captivity, and these things were done for their own good. For Yahweh is the potter, as it reads in Jeremiah the 18th chapter, and it tells us in that chapter that the potter can do with us as he will, and he did. Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, for I will set my eyes upon them for good. And we're going to use the brother Daniel for that example. And I will bring them again to this land. And I will build them and not pull them down. And what this denotes is that their captivity is over and their punishment is over. Their judgment is over. Now it is a time to build and plant and not pull them down. And I will plant them and not pluck them up, for there is a time for everything under the sun. And it allows us to know that once this captivity is over, which denoted 70 years, that the children of Israel will be brought back into the land, and in that land they will be built and they will be planted. The 7th verse reads, and I will give them an heart. You don't need a heart if you already have a heart. But the scripture allows us to know after this 70-year captivity, I will give them an heart to know me. And how else can you keep and do all that Yahweh has said without an heart and without knowing him and what he has said and what he has done? But the scriptures allows us to know, we that have eyes and can see, and I will give them an heart to know me, that I am Yahweh, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim, for they shall enter me with their whole heart. And this is talking about one basket, which denotes the good fig. The 8th verse reads, and as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Surely thus said Yahweh, so will I give Zedekiah, the king of Yehuda, and his princesses, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt. And what this is denoting is that all the people did not get sent into Babylon. Some of them, especially those of the lowest and poorest sort, stayed in the land, and many of our brothers that walked with the king Zedekiah refused to bow down to the enemy, which was Babylon in this day, King Nebuchadnezzar in particular, and they found themselves trying to escape the words of Yahweh by dwelling in the land of Egypt. And the Almighty called them evil figs that cannot be eaten because they refuse to adhere to all that Yahweh said. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, because they refuse to hearken to all that Yahweh said, and they refuse to accept their punishment. Thus, they found themselves running to dwell in the land of Egypt. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for their hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, a taunt and a curse in all places whither I shall drive them. So wherever we found ourselves driven, we were considered as a reproach, a proverb, a taunt, and a curse. And the reason why you will find yourself labeled as such negativity is because the covenant of the law is broken, and you are being punished for the breaking of that covenant. The 10th verse reads, and I will send the sword, the famine, and the pestilence, all the things that you find under the curses of the covenant of the law. And I will send the sword, the famine, the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave into them. So it's talking about consumed off the promised land, not the earth, not the places that he sent you, but the promised land itself. The same promised land that I gave into them and to their fathers. Well, according to the 27th chapter. If we turn there, please. This was one of the measuring sticks that Yahweh used to denote who was the good figs and who was the bad. And we just read that Zedekiah, one of our kings, was denoted as the bad figs because they refused to bow down to who Yahweh told them to bow down to, and they refused to accept their punishment. Thus, they ran from their punishment and found themselves dwelling in Egypt. In the 27th chapter of Jeremiah, and I need to read these chapters, that way we will have a greater understanding when we get in the book of Daniel, to understand all that Daniel did and to understand all that Daniel seen. It tells us in the second verse, but let's start at the very first verse. That way we can keep up with history. For the first 6 verses or the first 6 chapters of Daniel deal with historical narratives, and the 7th chapter to the 12th chapter deals with apocalyptic matters. And we're not going to deal with a lot of the apocalyptic matters today, but we're going to deal with the historical narratives of Daniel, which we will find in the first 6 chapters of the book of Daniel. Well, before we get to that point, for there is a time for everything, it tells us in the first verse of Jeremiah, the 27th chapter, and it reads, "In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, and he reigned in his own land," it tells us, "the son of Josiah, king of Yehuda, came this word into Jeremiah from Yahweh, saying." So these are not Jeremiah's own words, but these are the words that Yahweh spoke to Jeremiah, that he was to speak to us, that he was to tell us, that he was to command us. And it tells us in this second verse, "Thus said Yahweh to me, make thee bonds and yokes, and put them upon thy neck, and send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the Ammonites, and to the king of Tyrus, and to the king of Zidon, by the hand of the messengers which come to Jerusalem, and to Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, and command them." Don't ask them, don't compromise with them, but the scripture tells us that Jeremiah was ordered to command them to say unto their masters, "Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, thus shall ye say unto your masters, I, the potter, have made the earth, the man, and the beasts that are upon the ground, by my great power, and by my stretched out arm, and have given it into whom it seems met unto me. And now, for there is a time for everything under the sun." Thus it tells us in the 6th verse, "And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and the beasts of the field have I given him also to serve him. And many of our brothers refuse to acknowledge all. They will continue to show and try to reason with us where there were brothers and sisters in captivity that was doing right and that had loyalty toward their creator, that trust in their creator. And that's the truth. We don't refute that. But what we do refute is the understanding that they had and the visions that was given to them, which allowed them to be good figs. And when we read these words about these good figs, you find that these good figs were those that feared Yahweh and departed from evil. And many of our brothers and sisters look at that as if they were under the covenant of the law. But that can't be so based on what we just read in the 24th chapter, what we are reading in this 27th chapter, and what we will read in the very next chapter, which is the 28th chapter. That cannot be true. But we do find ourselves or find our brothers and sisters in scriptures where they actually did exploits and they were considered right in their walk of integrity, in their walk of trust, and in their walk of fearing Yahweh and of vouching to depart from evil. Thus, it tells us in the 7th verse, and all nations shall serve him, not just Israel, but all nations. And many people teach that we're not supposed to serve master, that we just worrying about master. And that is not our teachings. Our teachings is to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And many of us, and I'm going to prove that this day, have walked in the path of Daniel, where we fear Yahweh over everything. And in that fear, we have avowed to depart from evil. So if we are truly departing from evil, we are not teaching that Yahweh should not be feared, and the things that he look upon as evil we should not do, but instead we advocate that. We constantly tell our brothers and sisters to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And I have my brothers asking me, well, how do we depart from evil? And I tried to give them the most simplest answer possible, and that was just don't do it. Just don't do it. And if you don't do it, you have truly departed from evil. It tells us in the 7th verse again, and all nations shall serve him, the king of Babylon, and his son, and his son's son, which means you will serve the king of Babylon as long as he reigns. And one reigns and one prolongs their reign in their life through their children. Thus it tells us again, and all nations shall serve him and his son and his son's son until, for there is a time for everything, the very time of his land comes. And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him. And we will find these truths in the book of Daniel also. And it shall come to pass that the nation, even Israel, and kingdom, which will not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish, said Yahweh, with the sword and with the famine and with the pestilence until I have consumed them by his hand, the same enemy that you refuse to serve. The Almighty allow us know that you cannot get around his word, even though many of you have ran into Egypt, even though many of you have refused to accept the punishment. The Almighty let us know that you will not get around it. You will still serve the master, and the master will be the one that consumes you by the sword, by the famine, and with the pestilence. So the Almighty tell Jeremiah to tell the people this, according to the 9th verse. Therefore, hearken not ye to your prophets. And we have many people that call themselves prophesizing this day, telling us that we are under the covenant of the law that's broken, and that the only way that we're going to return out of this bondage, and this also allow us to know that this is not the bondage that we find ourselves under today, according to Daniel, but they tell us the only way that we will be relieved from this bondage if we come together and take heed to Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. Well, according to what we are reading, you will not find one word mentioned about Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, nor will you find a testimony of Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. But instead, we will find that the children of Israel had broken the covenant that Yahweh warned our fathers about in the wilderness, even in Deuteronomy 30. And we will find that our fathers is being punished or have been judged and being punished for it. Thus the 9th verse tells us, therefore hearken not ye to your prophets, nor to your diviners, nor to your dreamers, nor to your enchanters, and you shouldn't have none among you, but which you finding yourself in the midst of evil, all these things are among you, nor to your sorcerers, which speak unto you, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon. And we done had many brothers that proclaim that we are not to serve the enemy. They call you lawless because you have understanding, and you tell them that the covenant of the law is broken. You didn't tell them not to do good. You didn't tell them not to be loyal to the Almighty. You didn't tell them not to use their integrity, but you witness what your Creator has said. and your Creator has denoted that the covenant of the law is broken. And when you tell your brothers and sisters these things, they call you lawless, which makes no sense because you are only witnessing that which is written and you proclaim to be under the enemy's law. And we all know we are. If not, you are either dead or you will find yourself locked up forever. And that is not the path that Daniel took, because the Almighty was with Daniel, and the Almighty used Daniel in the book of Daniel to display his loyalty toward the Almighty. And we will show forth those things once we get in the book of Daniel. It continued to tell us in the 10th verse, for they prophesied a lie into you. And the lie is, don't serve your enemy. Or at least in this context, it tells us to serve the king of Babylon, and we will have brothers today that will tell us not to serve the king of Babylon. And that is only going against the words of your Creator. For your Creator spoke into the prophet Jeremiah and commanded him to tell Israel these words. Thus it tells us again in the 10th verse, for they prophesied a lie into you, to remove you far from your land, and that I should drive you out, and ye should perish. And please take note of that 10th verse, because it denotes people still in the land. And if you hearken to the false prophet, it would have driven you out of your great land, and you will find yourself perishing wherever you dwell. But the nation that bring their neck under the yoke, as your brother have taught for many years, of the king of Babylon, and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land. And there was many of our brothers and sisters in the land during this time that remained in the land as long as they did not hearken to the false prophet and try to rebel against the one that Yahweh has set over thee. Those will I let remain still in their own land, said Yahweh. And they shall till it and dwell therein. I speak also to Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, according to all these words, saying, bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon. But he spoke like many of our brothers that is holier than I today, and refused, or at least as our brothers teach today, they at least teach to refuse. The scripture says, bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him. These are not my words, Israel. I hope and pray that you have your holy scriptures open and is reading along with me. That way you don't have to call me no names. You don't have to character assassinate me. All you have to do is say, that is what is written. For it says, and serve him and his people and live. You want to live? You want to know how you're going to survive this? It says, serve him and his people and live. And this is nothing new to us that read the Holy Scriptures, for the Almighty had already told our fathers that if we broke the covenant, that we would be judged and ruled by man, by the rod of man, and by the stripes of the sons of man. And Nebuchadnezzar was that man, and his sons were the ones that delivered those stripes. Thus it tells us, one second, in the 12th verse, the 13th verse, after the Almighty gave the instructions and the path that Israel was supposed to be on, the 13th verse tells us in questioning, why will ye die? Because if you do other than what Yahweh have said, ye shall die. And he told us how we will die. It says, why will ye die? Die and thy people by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, as Yahweh has spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon. And I hope my dear brothers that's been fussing with me all week is on these calls today, because you are hearing the words of your Creator, not your brother. Therefore, hearken not into the words of the prophets that speak into you, saying, ye shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie into you. For I have not sent them, said Yahweh, yet they prophesy a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, and that ye might perish. And they are truly prophesying a lie in Yahweh's name today, using the book of Daniel, because if you do not hearken to the king and his sons today, you will truly die, or at least they are going to lock you up forever. If you call yourself bucking the system, you will only be killed in this man's land. And this is not the government word. This is the word of your Creator. Thus it reads, for I have not sent them. I don't care what verses they pull out. Understanding is the key. It says, and by the law and the testimony is the key. For the Almighty said, if they come not according to these, I have not sent them. It says there is no light in them. And we're looking for light today in this darkness. Again, the 15th verse says, for I have not sent them, said Yahweh, yet they prophesied a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, and that ye might perish, ye and the prophets that prophesied unto you. And many of us have perished, even the prophets that prophesied unto us, not to bow down to the enemy, that we're under the covenant of the law, to execute all that Yahweh has said wherever you at. They have perished. And they are still not saved. Jeremiah said, the harvest has ended, and we are still not saved. Even though you're teaching, you're keeping the covenant of the law. Wherever you're at, you are still not saved. Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that he said will come to pass. If he told you to keep the law in captivity, well, all that he said will still come to pass, and it have not. And you are the witness that it have not. According to Isaiah, the 59th chapter, the first and the second verse, it tells us through the mouth of Jeremiah that Isaiah, that Yahweh's hand is not shortened, nor is his ear heavy. So why ain't you saved, Mr. and Mrs. Lawkeeper? Why aren't you saved this day? Don't worry about what your brother doing. If you're under the covenant of the law, that denotes what you're doing. Why aren't you saved? Yahweh's hand is not shortened, nor is his ear heavy. And we just found that out in Exodus, the 3rd chapter. For even though our fathers sojourned in Egypt for 430 years, the Almighty let us know his ear was never heavy. For he had told Moses that I have heard their cry. Past tense. I've been hearing it. And I have seen thy affliction. But as your brother is relating to this presentation, there's a time for everything under the sun. And in that perfect time, as it is written in Exodus, the 12th chapter, in that self-same day, in that perfect time, Yahweh remembered his covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and visited his children and delivered them from the hands of their oppressors. And I speak to the priests, the 16th verse, and to all his people, this people, saying, thus said Yahweh, hearken not to the words of your prophets that prophesies into you, saying, behold, please take note, and I am relating these vessels to the covenant. I am relating these things that Yahweh took away from the children of Israel and from his holy land to the covenant of the law. Thus it tells us, but the vessels of Yahweh's house shall now shortly be brought again. And I'm also relating this to the prophets that prophesied falsely about Israel being delivered, and Israel 400 years completed in the year 2019. This month, many of them are saying August, and 2020. And it allows us to know, according to this saying, the vessels of Yahweh's house should now shortly be brought again. And many people say shortly we will be brought back to our land, based on Genesis, the 15th chapter, the 13th and the 14th verse, which is another lie that the prophets have prophesied to you and I. It tells us, shall now shortly be brought again from Babylon, for they prophesied a lie into you. Hearken not unto them, serve the king. Please take note of the words of your Creator. This is not the king Babylon talking. This is your Creator talking to Jeremiah. Hearken not unto them. Serve the king of Babylon. And what? We want to know, how can we live today? We're about to read the historical events of Daniel. That is historical. We want to know, how do we live today? And it tells us, hearken not unto them. Serve the king of Babylon and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? But if they be prophets, if your brothers and them are truly prophets, if your sisters and them are truly prophetesses, the scripture tells us, and if the word of Yahweh be with them, and I told a brother this today or yesterday when I brought out Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, the 18th to the 21st verse, and I was asking a question, since they were teaching that we were supposed to keep the laws wherever we are at. So I was being frank and fair and asked them, how is this law done in your house today? And it must be done if you are teaching us or prophesying to us that we are under the covenant of the law today, and we supposed to keep the law wherever we are at. So I asked a simple question for clarity. How is this law done? And everyone that answered that this week have only added or taken away from that law. They never confirm the law, but they are teaching we are in error and they are under the law. If that is true, confirm it. For it tells us in the law, according to Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse, cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of the law and do them. So if you are truly under the law, and if you are truly trying to teach us to be so, then execute the word. And first and foremost, confirm it. And they just run back to Deuteronomy 30 as if I didn't say a word. Well, the Almighty says a word, and it tells us again. In the 17th verse, hearken not unto them. Serve the king of Babylon and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? But if they be prophets, and if the word of Yahweh be with them, and I told the brother, he told me when I asked him about a simple law, Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, the 18th to the 21st verse, he said, do you know how hard this is? And I said it shouldn't be if the Almighty is with thee. And then instead of acknowledging that wisdom, he tried to switch it up and say, so you saying Almighty with you and not with me. That ain't what I said, but that's what you want me to say, because you know you cannot do that law. And the only reason you cannot do that law, not because of master, but because Yahweh never commanded you to do it. If he commanded you to do it, you should be fruitful in doing it. You should have no problem. Don't tell me how hard it is. The Almighty have never given us anything that was too hard for us, nor too far from us. The only reason you can't do it today is because you are not under the covenant of the law. And I try to show my brothers in them simplicity. where they can use wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, where they can see what their Creator has said. I told them, please take note of the last verse, which is the 21st verse of Deuteronomy, the 18th chapter. Excuse me, Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, the 21st verse. And that last sentence tells us to get evil out of the land. So I had to ask my brothers and them, so are you teaching that Yahweh commanded you to get evil out of the enemy's land? Because that law denotes getting evil out of our land. So if we supposed to do the law wherever we at, does that not tell us that we are getting evil out of the enemy's land, which is nothing but evil? The Almighty have never said such words, but He definitely told us to execute all that He has said to get evil out of our land. And it only makes sense. That's why He gave us the laws to govern ourselves in our own land. That fat and large land that you just read in Exodus, the 3rd chapter. And you can also find that same saying in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, the 37th verse. So it truly makes sense to obey all that Yahweh has said in the land of promise, to get and keep evil out of that great land as your Creator commanded our fathers. It tells us, but if they be prophets, the 18th verse again, and if the word of Yahweh be with them, let them now make intercession to Yahweh. And I ask that today with my brothers. If the Almighty is with you, and we know according to Isaiah the 59th chapter, the Yahweh hand is not shortened, nor his ear heavy, then make intercession. Daniel did, but it denoted that Daniel is in a totally different bondage than what you and I find ourselves in. As I stated at the beginning, ours are similar to our fathers that were in bondage in Egypt. That's why many of you false prophets are teaching that in the year 2019 or the year 2020 that Yahweh will visit them. So the captivity of Exodus resemble us more so than the bondage of Babylon. Because again, the bondage of Babylon only denoted 70 years. The captivity in Egypt denoted 430 years sojourning. And many of our brothers are teaching that we have been here for 400 years. So this does not truly denote the bondage of Babylon, but instead the bondage in Egypt. And we found in dealing with the bondage of Egypt, we cried and we were afflicted. We were servants and we were under rigid and cruel bondage as we find ourselves and have seen ourselves this day. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, concerning the pullers and concerning the sea. These were the things that were found and taken out of the temple. And concerning the bases, and concerning the residue of the vessels that remain in this city. So it was still things in the house. And I need you to take note of these things, because then you will understand why Daniel found himself praying to the house 3 times a day and all that, because the house was still built. Daniel was of the first deportation. But it tells us that these things were still in the house. And if what our prophets was prophesying was true, then the Almighty challenged them and has told them to make intercession that they can stop the king of Babylon from taking the rest of the vessels out of the house of Yahweh. So that would prove if they were truly sent or not. That would prove if you were not to hearken to the king or not. That would prove if you were still under the covenant of the law or not, because you would have been able to make intercession with your Creator, the one that gave the land to Nebuchadnezzar, and you would have had the power, or at least the prayer, or at least the intercession to stop it. And that was the challenge that Yahweh put out to anyone that was teaching that we were under the covenant of the law and that we were not supposed to bow down to the enemy. He says again in the 19th verse, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, concerning the pullers, and concerning the sea, and concerning the bases, and concerning the residue of the vessels that remain in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took not, when he carried away captive Jehoiakim and the son of Jehoiakim, captives, king of Yehuda, from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the nobles of Yehuda and Jerusalem. Please take note of who he took and who they could not stop him from taking. Thus, when we get to the book of Daniel, the first chapter, you will notice that these individuals are mentioned because our false prophets was not able to make intercession where Yahweh would change his mind and they would not go into captivity. But when we read or start reading in the book of Daniel, the first chapter, we will see these are the people that were brought under the Babylonian rule. Yea, thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of Yahweh and in the house of the king of Yehuda and of Jerusalem. They shall be carried. Please take note that our brothers was lying, that Yahweh changed not, nor did our brothers have the right words to change, or nor the acts to change Yahweh doing. Thus the 22nd verse says, they shall be carried to Babylon, and there shall they be until the day, for there is a time for everything under the sun, until the day that I visit them, just like Yahweh visit our fathers in Egypt. The 3rd chapter, Israel, of Exodus. Said Yahweh. Then, at that time, as we read in the 24th chapter of Jeremiah, dealing with the good figs, then will I bring them up and restore them to this place. So I wanted to read those 2 chapters to allow us to know that there is a time for everything under the sun and that our Creator changes not. All that Yahweh has said should truly come to pass, and we are reading, not guessing, but we are reading what was said to the prophet Jeremiah and the things that he was commanded to tell our fathers, even the kings of us. But to no avail, our fathers refused to lend an ear. that they could hear. When our fathers raised up the true prophets early, sending them, we refused to hearken to their words. We despised them. We hated them. We character assassinated them. We ostracized them to the extent that the Almighty killed many of us that represented the evil figs. And here go one great testimony and example of an evil fig. Let us pay close attention to this 28th verse. This 28th chapter of Jeremiah. And it reads at the very first verse. And it came to pass the same year, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, king of Yehudah, in the 4th year, and in the 5th month, that Hananiah, the son of Azar, the prophet, which was of Gibeon, speak unto me in the house of Yahweh, still in their land, in the presence of the priests and of all the people, saying, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, saying, I have broken the yoke of the kings of Babylon. And to break the yoke denote that you don't have to serve him. And many of our brothers are teaching and saying these same words, that the yoke is broken. It must be if you are under the covenant of the law today. It must be if you are prophesying that we are not to be under the enemy laws today. Thus it tells us in the 2nd verse, again, Thus speak Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, saying, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. Within 2 full years will I bring again into this place all the vessels of Yahweh's house. So they are teaching that the covenant of the law is reestablished. The yoke that supposedly be on our neck to make us serve the king is taken off. And these things will be done in a couple of years, as many of our brothers and them are teaching about the 400-year captivity. It says, within 2 full years will I bring again into this place all the vessels of Yahweh's house, that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took away from this place and carried them to Babylon. And I will bring again to this place Jehoiakim, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Yehudah, with all the captives of Yehudah that went into Babylon, said Yahweh, for I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. Then the prophet Jeremiah said unto the prophet Hananiah, because Jeremiah represented the good figs, Hananiah will be found to be the bad figs. In the presence of the priests and in the presence of all the people that stood in the house of Yahweh, even the prophet Jeremiah said, Amen, if that is truth. Yahweh do so. Yahweh perform thy words, not his words, but thy words which thou hast prophesied, to bring again the vessels of Yahweh's house, and all that is carried away captive from Babylon into this place. But as I speak, it tells us, nevertheless, hear thy now this word, what is written, that I speak in thy ears and in the ears of all the people. the prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet, because if you take what the prophets are saying today, keep the law, now that's peace. That's a good thing. What the scripture tells us by the mouth of Jeremiah, it says, the prophet, the 8th verse, that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet which prophesies of peace, when the word of the prophet shall come to pass, then shall the prophet be known. And their words have not come to pass. We have many brothers before us that taught that our time will be up in 2019, that taught about the first man coming over with the pilgrims, or however the story is related to us. Those people have taught that Israel will be delivered in 2019. Those people have taught that Israel is under the covenant of the law wherever they are at. Those people have taught that we're supposed to execute all that Yahweh has said. What the Almighty said through the mouth of Jeremiah, the prophet, the 9th verse, which prophesies of peace, Shabbat Shalom, and it is truly words of peace to be under the covenant of the law today, when the word of the prophet shall come to pass, and it have not, then and only then shall the prophet be known, that Yahweh have truly sent him by the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it is only because there is no light in them. These are not my words, Israel, but the words of your Creator. Then, after hearing these great words of wisdom, then Hananiah the prophet took the yoke from off the prophet Jeremiah's neck and brake it. So he's saying, damn what Jeremiah said. I'm going to free you. I'm going to make you, or I'm going to reestablish the covenant. It says, and Hananiah speak in the presence of all the people, saying, thus said Yahweh. And they must say, thus said Yahweh, or they know we won't hearken to them. So they got to lie in Yahweh's name. Thus it tells us, and Hananiah speak in the presence of all the people, saying, thus said Yahweh. Even so, after he broke the yoke off of Jeremiah's neck, even so will I break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, from the neck of all nations within the space of 2 full years. A straight lie. And the prophet Jeremiah went his way. As I find myself going my way many times when our brothers add and take away from this scripture. Then the word of Yahweh came into Jeremiah, not to Hananiah, but Jeremiah, the true prophet, the good fig. After that, Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke from off the neck of the prophet Jeremiah, saying, go and tell Hananiah. These are the words of your Creator. After the man lied in Yahweh's name, after he said the captivity won't be long, after he said the vessels and things will not return or will not be taken, it says, go and tell Hananiah, saying, thus said Yahweh, thou hast broken the yokes of wood, but thou shalt make for them yokes of iron. You just made our burdens and our trials and tribulations even heavier, harder by teaching rebellion. Thus it reads, for thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. And they shall, not they might, but they shall serve him. And I have given him the beasts of the field also. Then said the prophet Jeremiah unto Hananiah the prophet, hear now, Hananiah, Yahweh have not sent thee, but thou makest this people to trust in a lie. And the Almighty hate lying. That is one of the 7 things that Yahweh hates. And it tells us in the 16th verse, therefore thus said Yahweh, behold, I will cast thee from off the face of the earth. This year, since you lied to the people, since you teaching rebellion among my people, this year will you die, because thou hast taught rebellion against Yahweh. And a lot of our brothers and sisters do not know that they are teaching rebellion this day. So Hananiah, the prophet, died the same year in the 7th month, because Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All Israel that Yahweh has said should surely come to pass. It also tells us in one more place before we leave the book of Jeremiah, and that place is found in the 29th chapter. It allows us to know what was said or commanded to the children of Israel, and so far we found that according to the metaphor, there will be 2 baskets of figs. One will be considered good, and those will be the ones that obey and acknowledge and confirm all that Yahweh has said. And then there was another basket that denoted evil figs that could not be touched nor eaten, and they represented those that leaned upon their own understanding and those that taught rebellion against Yahweh. And it tells us that in the 29th chapter, the great Jeremiah, that had all of this knowledge about the captivity that was going to befall us, sent some of the captives a letter. And according to the time of the story, those captives was the first deportation, those that was deported first, which we will find that Daniel was among those people. Well, before we get to Daniel, there is a letter sent from Jerusalem to the captives in Babylon. And I always like to acknowledge this letter because I know people that been locked up. And I know people that have received letters and written letters. And the common sense of the matter is, if there was something that could be done to get my brother out of that prison house, I would have truly written that in the letters that I'm sending him. If he could get out of a 5 to 25, in just a couple years, I would wrote that message to my brother or sister and told them to do these things, and you can come out of that prison house in 2 years, like my brother Hananiah falsely stated to our fathers. But when you search this letter in the 29th chapter of Jeremiah, you will never find where Jeremiah commanded the people to keep the covenant of the law in Babylon. Why not? If that is the answer, if that is the medicine, if that is the way that we can get out of this captivity sooner, if that is what Yahweh is waiting on us to do, to return back to him, to gather together and return back to him and keep the law, wouldn't that be shown to the children of Israel, especially by the true prophet that Yahweh was speaking to? But when you search this letter, you will never find such words as our brothers and sisters teach today when they tell us that we must keep the laws in bondage, that we must apply Deuteronomy 30 to where we at today. Well, the Almighty never told Jeremiah to tell the captives that, but instead it tells us this. According to the very first verse, and it reads, "Now these, not the words that our brothers and sisters have prophesied falsely to us these days, but it says, now these are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem into the residue of the elders which were carried away captives, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captives from Jerusalem to Babylon." After that, Jehoiakim the king, and the queen, and the eunuchs, the princes of Yehuda and Jerusalem, and the carpenters, and the smiths were departed from Jerusalem. By the hand of Elisha, the son of Shaphan, and Gemaiah, the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, king of Yehuda, sent into Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, saying. And this is what we're going to find in the letter. And you will never find what your brothers and sisters are teaching today. It reads, "Thus said Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, and to all that are carried away captive, even to Daniel, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem into Babylon. Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them." Why would the Almighty tell us that if the yoke is broken and we don't supposed to serve the enemy? If your stay is not going to be long, why would he tell you to build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them? Take ye wives, and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye, Israel, may be increased there and not diminished. It don't tell us that Yahweh law is righteousness and that we should keep the law to be a recipient of peace. But what it does say, according to the 7th verse, and seek the peace of the city. How? Whether I have caused you to be carried away captive. And it tells us how. And pray into Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. But our brothers is saying, no, keep the covenant of the law. That's broken. Just do it anyway. You don't need no agreement. Just do it, and you shall have peace. And that is not the words of Yahweh. That is adding to the words of Yahweh, or that is taking away from the perfect words of our Creator. Thus it tells us one more time in this 7th verse, and seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused you to be carried away captive. The only way that you can seek the peace of a city is by acknowledging and doing their laws. Because if you go against their laws, ye shall have no peace. And then it says, and pray unto Yahweh for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. Not in the law thereof. Not in executing a covenant that is broken, ye shall have peace. But in your praying and your bowing down to the ruler of that city, ye shall have peace. For thus said Yahweh of hosts, not your brother, the Elohim of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you, and we have a lot of them, especially on social media, deceive you, neither hearken to your dreams, which ye cause to be dreamed. For those that are found in the basket that represent the bad figs, for they prophesy falsely into you in my name. I have not sent them, said your Creator. For thus said Yahweh, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you, for there is a time for everything under the sun, and perform my good word towards you. And what is that good word, Yahweh? Was that good word told to us to keep a covenant of the law that our fathers broke in the land of our captivity? Or was it to bow down to the king? Accept your punishment until Yahweh visits you and perform his good word towards you, and causing you to return to this place. For I know, even though you think I don't, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you, said Yahweh. Thoughts of peace, according to his time, and not of evil, to give you an expected end. At the end, Israel, not in the middle, not at the beginning, but at the end of your punishment. Then, and only then, shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you. Because as I teach, according to Isaiah, the 59th chapter, the 1st and the 2nd verse, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, nor is his ear heavy. It tells us, then shall ye call upon me, and ye shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken to you. And ye shall seek me, the good figs that is, and find me, when ye shall search for me with all your heart. And I will be found of you, said Yahweh, and I will turn away your captivity. And at that time, it will be very possible and easy to execute Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter. Deuteronomy, the 21st chapter, the 18th to the 21st verse. At that time, not today, Israel, but I guarantee at that time, that law will be easily executed. It says, in the 14th verse, and I will be found of you, said Yahweh, and I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather. He will gather. But our brother saying, no, we got to gather ourselves in these neighborhoods that we found ourselves in. We can execute the law. That is a lie. The scripture says Yahweh will gather you from all the nations and from all the places where I have driven you, said Yahweh, and I will bring you again into the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. And as we read this and working our way to the book of Daniel, please note that Daniel never delivered himself, nor did he ever trust that he could deliver himself. The whole book of Daniel denotes the same thing that Daniel name means. And Daniel means Elohim is my judge. And he believed in the sovereignty of our Creator. He trusted in the Most High. And he showed forth his loyalty throughout the historical events that we will read this day. He never bucked the system. He never told Israel to not bow down to the king and keep the covenant of the law that's broken. You will never find that in the 12 chapters of Daniel. But we're going to find out something that Daniel did say that many of us have totally refused. It also tells us I'll read that 14th verse again and end. It tells us, and I will be found of you, said Yahweh, and I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places where I have driven you, said Yahweh, and I will bring you again, as he promised in Jeremiah the 24th chapter, to the good figs and to the place which I caused you to be carried away captive. It also tells us, while we in this 29th chapter, we might well give one more testimony or show what it means dealing with the bad figs. It tells us I'll start at the 24th verse of the 29th chapter. And it tells us in this 24th verse, thus shall thou also speak to Shemaiah the Nethelite, saying, the Nehemiahite, saying, thus speak Yahweh of hosts, the Elohim of Israel, saying, because thou have sent letters. So here go one letter sent, telling us how to endure our captivity. And we got other people sending letters tried to encourage the people in a different manner. And this says this: because thou hast sent letters in thy name into all the people that are at Jerusalem, not in my name, but in thy name, and to all the people that are at Jerusalem. So these are some people in captivity responding back to those that are still in the land. And to Zephaniah, the son of Mishiah, and the priest, and to all the prophets, saying, Yahweh hath made thee priest in the stead of Jehoiada the priest, that ye should be officers in the house of Yahweh. For every man that is mad, please take note, and make himself a prophet, that thou should put him in prison and in the stocks. Now, therefore, why hast thou not reproved Jeremiah of Antioch, which make himself a prophet to you? For therefore he sent into us in Babylon, saying, talking about the letter we just wrote, in its totality, the letter is saying, this captivity is long. Even though we got brothers saying that we'll be out of here shortly, 2019. Well, this captivity is long. Build ye houses, and dwell in them, and plant gardens, and eat the fruit of them. Not keep the covenant of the law and buck the system. And Zephaniah the priest read this letter in the ear of Jeremiah the prophet. Then came the word of Yahweh into Jeremiah, saying, send to all them of the captivity, saying, thus said Yahweh concerning Shemaiah the Nehelamite, because that Shemaiah, please take note, Israel, have prophesied into you, and I sent him not. And he caused you to trust in a lie. Therefore, thus said Yahweh, behold, I will punish Shemaiah the Nehemite and his seed. He shall not have a man to dwell among this people, the bad figs, neither shall he behold the good that I will do for my people, said Yahweh. Because, and only because, he have taught rebellion against Yahweh. So no, Israel, we don't want to tell Israel nothing that Yahweh have not said. We want to continue to confirm and acknowledge every word. Even if you truly don't understand it, it's still written. Many of the things that are written, our fathers do not understand. And it will also allow us to know that the bondage of Egypt relates more to us than the bondage of Babylon. Because many, if not all, of our fathers understood the law, they understood the covenant, and they were the ones that forsook it. Well, not so today with you and I. When we were born in hell, like many of our fathers in the book of Exodus, we were born in hell. They had not the covenant of the law, nor do we this day, because many of us don't even know what the covenant of the law consists of. We don't even know the law. We have not been taught the law. Many of you have shortly coming out of Christianity and Islam and all these forms of idolatry. But all of a sudden, you are under the covenant of the law without it ever being taught to thee, as it was taught to our fathers that came out of Egypt. Thus it tells us, if we all turn our scriptures to the book of Daniel, the very first chapter. I wanted to give a little history of the matter because the first 6 chapters of Daniel deals with historical matters. The 7th chapter to the 12th chapter deals with more apostolic matters, which we will not discuss today, but we will discuss the historical matters that is revealed in our Holy Scriptures dealing with our dear brother Daniel. And it tells us in the book of Daniel, the very first chapter. And it reads, and we got a lot of reading to do, but it reads, in Daniel, the first chapter, I'll start at the very first verse, and as I am reading these chapter and verses, please try to remember what you just read in Exodus 3, in Jeremiah 24, in Jeremiah 27, in Jeremiah 28, and in Jeremiah 29, because these words go hand in hand. And when we get to the 9th chapter of Daniel, Daniel will even acknowledge that these words go hand in hand, because through the letter of Jeremiah, he learned how long Israel will be in captivity. So these words go hand in hand. When Jeremiah was sending the letters, Daniel and the other brothers that was there in the first deportation was recipients of this letter. And Yahweh changed not, and we found out what happened to anyone that was teaching rebellion against those words. They died quickly. Well, it tells us in the first chapter of Daniel, in the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, came Nebuchadnezzar, the same Nebuchadnezzar that you will find in the book of Jeremiah, the 24th, the 27th, the 24th, and the 27th chapter. King of Babylon, into Jerusalem and besieged it. And the master gave Jehoiakim, king of Yehuda, into his hand, with part of the vessels of the house of Elohim. Because the Almighty challenges, if what you are saying is true, then make intercession to Yahweh and stop the other part from making it to Babylon. And they could not. Instead, that man died. It tells us part of the vessels of the house of Elohim, which he carried into the land of Shinar, into the house of his gods. And he brought the vessel into the treasure house of his God. And the king spake unto Aspenaz, the king of his eunuchs, that he should bring certain of the children of Israel, and of the king's seed, and of the princes. And according to history, Daniel was possibly a prince. The 4th verse reads, when children in whom was no blemish. please take note of these people that the king has taken for himself, and these were children in whom was no blemish. Not like you and I today that have been born with blemishes, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom and cunning in knowledge and understanding, science, and such as had ability in them. And please take note that this is talking about the cream of the crop. This is talking about the intellectual. It is talking about a higher education of all the other people of the children of Israel. This is not talking about some people living in the ghettos that are recipients of GEDs or the basic diploma. These are special people, skillful, without blemish, and well favored in all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had the ability in them to stand in the king's palace. And that's just like today. Many of you cannot even make it through the gates of the king's palace, which would be known as the White House. Many of you can't even make it through the gate. You can't even tour the place because of your knowledge, your wisdom, and your understanding. But this was not the case dealing with Daniel and the king's seed and the certain of the children of Israel that was taken in this day. It also tells us, and the last sentence of the fourth verse, and whom they might teach. Please take note what they taught, because many of our brothers are teaching. You can't understand this book reading a bastard language, reading the Greek, or reading English. Well, the scripture tells us, and you will never find Daniel speaking one word against that language. The scripture tells us whom they might teach the learning and the tongue, which is nothing but the lip, which is nothing but the language of the Chaldeans. And they knew if you had men of cunning knowledge and wisdom and understanding science, that they would be able to understand the Chaldean lip. Thus they will be taught the Chaldean lip, and that they may stand in the king's palace. So that is something I definitely need you to take note of, what was being taught to Daniel. Even though they teach that Daniel was under the covenant of the law, it also allows us to know that Daniel was taught the tongue of the Chaldeans. And as we continue to read, we'll also note that Daniel received the name of the heathen for his own Hebrew name, as all of us have done this day. It tells us, and the king appointed them a daily provision of the king's meat and of the wine which he drunk, so nourishing them 3 years, that at the end thereof they might stand before the king. They might be able to do their job. They're going to be fit. And please note that this was an honor It was an honor to stand before the king in his palace, just like today's government. If one of us black folks have went to school and got wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that your credentials allowed you to be among the president, like our one sister, Kalisa Rice, or any of them, it shows that you had to have a certain intellect, a certain wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to be among the king in his palace. Well, they took some people from our fathers, and one of those people was Daniel, and it tells us in the 6th verse. Now, among these were of the children of Yehuda, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, and to whom, please take note, the prince of the eunuchs, and the word eunuchs means one that have lost their testicles, one that had their balls removed, is a eunuch. Eunuchs are very trusted among the kings, in their wives, in their realm. So one of the things that they did to keep that man loyal and made sure that he could not take over his reign or his wives, they removed their testicles. Thus it tells us in the 7th verse, and to whom the prince of the eunuchs gave names. For he gave unto Daniel the name of Belshazzar, and to Hananiah of Shadrach, and to Mishael of Meshach, and to Azariah of Abednego. But Daniel prospered, even though his name was changed. It made no difference. But Daniel prospered in his heart. Daniel proposed in his heart that he would not defile himself, being loyal to what he had been taught all the days of his life. Don't forget, these are not some children that don't know who they are, nor who their creator is, nor what the covenant of the law said. They knew all these things, and they was experts in it. For it told us in that 4th verse, favored, well-favored, skillful in all wisdom. And there is no wisdom greater than the words of Yah. So they knew all that Yahweh had said. They knew all about the dietary law. They knew all about adultery and bowing down to another God. Thus it tells us in the 8th verse again, but Daniel in his heart proposed in his heart that he would not defile himself, showing his integrity and his loyalty toward his creator with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requests, his trust was in his creator, Israel. The wine is not contaminated. The wine don't have swine in it, but he refused the meat in the wine, showing his loyalty, his integrity to his creator whom he known as the judge. Thus it reads, Again, in his 18th verse, but Daniel proposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with the portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. Therefore he requested of the prince of the eunuchs that he might not defile himself. A request, Israel. He did not buck the system, but he is showing his loyalty. He is showing his trust in his creator, the same one that has put him in captivity. It says, now Elohim had brought Daniel into favor. Not only did he propose in his heart, but it allows us to know that the Almighty had brought Daniel into favor and tender love with the prince of the eunuchs. And if you are brought in favor by the Creator and tender love with someone, then you will have that friendship, that loveship, and that tenderness among those two, because it is Yahweh's doing. The 10th verse reads, and the prince of the eunuchs said unto Daniel, I fear my master, the king, who have appointed your meat and your drink. For why should he see your face worse likened than the children which are of your sort? So it allows us to know that Daniel proposed in his heart, with the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that he had, dealing with the laws of his creator, he proposed not to eat of the king's meat and drink of the king's wine. It also let us know that Daniel and the people that are mentioned was the ones that was tested, because it told us in the 10th verse, in the latter verses it says, or the latter sentence of this verse, it says, for why should he see your face worse liking than the children which are of your sort? So he's saying, well, the other children of your sort is already eating the meat and drinking the wine. Now you asking me to test you or to prove you for 10 days to see if your vintage changed by eating the pulse that you request. And he said he feared his master, so he didn't want to show some of the Israelites that ate the meat and drank the wine, and they looking good and ready to learn. And then here go Daniel and 3 other Hebrew boys that asked to be tested, and they look worse than their brothers. He feared his life. And it also allowed us to know that all of Israel was not tested, nor did all of Israel refuse to meet. But many of Israel came up out of the Babylonian captivity. Thus it reads in the 11th verse, then said Daniel to Melzar, whom the prince of the eunuchs had sent over Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, prove, test thy servants. I beseech thee 10 days. And note, Daniel called himself a servant. I beseech thee 10 days, and let them give us pulse, which represented vegetables, herbs, to eat, and water to drink instead of the wine. Then let our countenance be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat. So again, Israel, all of Israel, were not tested. Most of Israel ate of the king's meat and drunk of the king's wine. But the historical matters that we are reading today show us about Daniel and 3 other Hebrew boys that showed forth their loyalty, their trust, their integrity, and their fear of their Creator. Thus, in many instances, we find them departing from evil. And it was truly evil to eat swine, just like it is evil to bow down to anyone other than our Creator. Thus it reads. And the answer in the 13th verse, it says, Then let our countenance be looked upon before thee, and the countenance of the children that eat of the portion of the king's meat, and as thy seest, deal with thy servant. He is not bucking the system. He did not say, if it don't work, then kill me. But instead it tells us, and as thy seest, deal with thy servant. So he consented, he agreed. And he agreed because of the favor and because of the love that the Almighty put upon him and this man. And at the end of 10 days, their countenance appeared fair and fatter in flesh than all the children which did eat the portion of the king's meat. And ain't nobody acknowledging these other people. But we are today. And these other people was in compliance with what Yahweh told them in Jeremiah the 27th chapter. But we have stories, we have a historical narrative dealing with our brother Daniel, showing forth his loyalty, his integrity, his fear, his trust, and his avouching to depart from evil. And that's what you're reading. It tells us in the 16th verse, thus Melzar took away the portion of their meat and the wine that they should drink, and gave them pause. As for these 4 children, not the house of Israel, not the house of Yehuda, not all the children of Israel, it says, as for these 4 children, Elohim gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom. So they were not learning these things on the fly. They were born with these things. Their mother and their father knew these things and taught them these things. Not so with you and I this day. It tells us, again in the 17th verse, and as for these 4 children, Elohim gave them knowledge and skill in all learning and wisdom. And Daniel had understanding in all visions and dreams. Now, at the end of the days that the king had said he should bring them in, then the prince of the eunuchs brought them in before Nebuchadnezzar. This was a 3-year training. And the king communed with them. And among them all was found none like Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Therefore stood they before the king, because the king was grabbing the best out of the crop. Like I said, we that had a poor diet and poor education and all that, you were not selected. You were not in the king's palace, nor was you called up. But those that they knew came from the king's house and the king's seed. Those were the people that they took, because normally the king's children would have been the best nourished and the best learned. So those are the ones they took. And out of all the ones they took, there was none like these 4 men that will display their loyalty, their trust, their fear, and their departing from evil in this historical section of Daniel that we will read this day. And it tells us this in the 20th verse. And in all matters of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them. Please take note. They working for the king. They're not bucking the system. They're not saying, I'm not going to answer none of your questions. They're not saying, I'm not going to give you any good advice. They're not saying that they're going to buck the city where they receive some other type of peace. But what it tells us in the 20th verse, and in all matters of wisdom and understanding, that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better. They wasn't holding nothing back than all the musicians and the astrologers that were in all his realm. And Daniel continued even into the first year of Cyrus. According to the history of this book, Daniel continued and prophesied the whole entire captivity. In his last prophetic message, it is taught that he gave when he was around 80 years old. His history teach Daniel and them came in being anywhere from 16 to 18 years old. So from that time to 80 years, he preached, and his ministration went through all the days of our captivity in Babylon. It also tells us in the 2nd chapter, and we're going to read these chapters. We must read them as we are reading them in its entirety, not a verse here, not a verse there, because you're going to miss the concept. You're going to miss the whole of the story. Thus, it tells us in the 2nd chapter, and if we don't get through this whole presentation today, we will continue next week instead of skipping over it. That's one of our problems today. We done skipped over so many chapters and verses. We do not know what this book has said, nor do we know what Yahweh have done. Thus, it tells us in the 2nd chapter, the very first verse of Daniel. And in the 2nd year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar dreamed dreams. And who else is better to call than Daniel? For the Almighty had already let us know that Daniel was able to interpret dreams. So it reads, wherewith his spirit was troubled, and his sleep brake from him. Then the king commanded to call the magicians, and the astrologers, and the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans, for to show the king his dream. So they came and stood before the king. And the king said unto them, I have dreamed a dream, and my spirit have troubled. And my spirit was troubled to know the dream. Then speak the Chaldeans to the king in Shirak, or the lip, which was changed to Aramaic. O king, live forever. Tell thy servants the dream, and we will show the interpretation. The king answered and said to the Chaldeans, the thing is gone from me, meaning he can't even remember the whole dream. If ye will not make known unto me the dream with the interpretation thereof, and that sounds pretty hard. It sounds like what my brother said the other day. Well, it's harder than you think, but not, and my answer was, not if Yahweh is with you. So what the king is saying to the Chaldeans and the magicians and all them today is pretty hard. He's asking for somebody to interpret his dream that he forgot. So he can't even tell you the whole dream, but he commands you to interpret. That sounds pretty hard, but not if you got Yahweh with you. Thus it reads. In the latter part of the 5th verse, with the interpretation thereof, ye shall be cut in pieces, and your houses shall be made dunghill. That's pretty hard punishment for not being able to interpret a dream that you forgot. It tells us in the 6th verse, but if ye show the dream and the interpretation thereof, ye shall receive of me gifts and rewards and great honor. Therefore show me the dream and the interpretation thereof. They answered again and said, let the king tell his servants the dream. They saying, well, maybe we can do this if you tell us the dream, and we will show the interpretation of it. The king answered and said, I know of certainty that ye will gain the time, because ye see the thing is gone from me. But if ye will not make known unto me the dream, there is but one decree for you. For ye have prepared lying and corrupt words to speak before me. Like you just made up something. Till the time be changed. Till the time be changed. Therefore tell me the dream, and I will know that ye can show me the interpretation thereof. The Chaldeans answered before the king and said, there is not a man upon earth that can show the king's matter. Therefore there is no king, master, nor ruler that adds such things as any musician or astrologer or Chaldean. Like those things have never been asked. Now, we've been asked a lot of things, and we've been able to calmly bring forth answers. But without you telling us the dream, that has never been asked. The 11th verse reads, and it is a rare thing that the king requires, and there is none other that can show it before the king except the gods, whose dwelling is not with flesh. And that lets us know that they weren't all that intelligent, nor did they have the same wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that our brothers and our fathers had. Thus, it tells us in the 12th verse, for this cause the king was angry when he heard that mess, and very furious, and commanded to destroy all the wise men of Babylon. And the decree went forth that the wise men should be slain, and they sought Daniel and his fellows to be slain. Then Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom. He didn't rebuke or rebut. He didn't rebut the system. It says Daniel answered with counsel and wisdom to Arioch, the captain of the king's guard, which was gone forth to slay the wise men of Babylon. And he answered and said to Arioch, the king's captain, why is the decree so hasty from the king? Then Arioch made the thing known to Daniel. Then Daniel went in and desired of the king that he would give him time and that he would show the king the interpretation. Then Daniel went to his house and made the thing known to Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, his companions, that they, please take note, Israel, what they did, that they would desire mercies of Elohim, of heaven, concerning this secret, that Daniel and his fellows should not perish with the rest of the wise men of Babylon. And why wouldn't you consult Yahweh when Daniel's name acknowledges that Yahweh is the judge in all of world conflicts? Yahweh is the judge. So even though this decree was hasty from the king, you with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding would consult your Creator, because he is the judge of all the matters, so he would be the only one that could truly stop this hasty decree. It reads in the 19th verse, then was the secret revealed to Daniel in a night vision. Then Daniel blessed the Elohim of heaven. Daniel answered and said, blessed be the name of Elohim forever and ever, for wisdom and might are his. And he changed the times and the seasons. He removed kings and set us up kings. He give wisdom to the wise and knowledge to them that know understanding. He reveals the deep and secret things. He knows what is in the darkness, and the light dwells with him. I thank thee and praise thee, O thy Elohim of my fathers, who have given me wisdom and might, and have made known unto me now what we desire of thee. For thou hast now made known unto us the king's matter. Therefore Daniel went in into Arioch, whom the king had ordained to destroy the wise men of Babylon. He went and said thus unto him, destroy not the wise men of Babylon. Bring, and please take note, he wasn't just saving his own butt, but he was saving the enemy's butt. Bring me in before the king, and I will show unto the king the interpretation. Then Arioch brought in Daniel before the king in haste quickly, and said thus unto him, I have found a man of the captives of Yehuda that will make known unto the king the interpretation. The king answered and said unto Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, art thou able to make known unto me the dream which I have seen, and the interpretation thereof? Daniel answered in the presence of the king, and said, the secret which the king hath demanded cannot the wise men, the astrologers, the magicians, the soothsayers show unto the king? But there is a Elohim in heaven that reveals secrets, and our fathers have had secrets revealed to them all the way back to Abraham's day and Joshua days, or Joshua days, all the way back, Joseph days. The interpretations were made known to us because we are the children of the Most High. It tells us, but there is a Elohim in heaven that reveals secrets and make known to the king Nebuchadnezzar what shall be in the latter days. Thy dream and the vision of thy head upon thy bed are these. As for thee, O king, thy thoughts came into thy mind upon thy bed. What shall come to pass hereafter? And he that reveals secrets make known to thee what shall come to pass. But as for me, this secret, please take note. As for me, this secret is not revealed to me for any wisdom, that I have more than any living, but for their sakes that shall make known the interpretation to the king, and that thou mightest know the thoughts of thy heart. Thy, O king, sawest, and behold a great image. This great image, whose brightness was exceeding stood, or excellent, stood before thee, and the form thereof was troubled, or the form thereof was terrible. This image head was of fine gold, his breast and his arms of silver, his belly and his thighs of brass, his legs of iron, and his feet part of iron and part of clay. Thou sawest till that a stone was cut out without hands, which smote the image upon his feet, that were of iron and clay, and brake them into pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the shaft of the summer threshing floor. And the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, and filled the whole earth. And you can also find another interpretation of this dream in the book of Daniel, the 7th chapter. This is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thy, O king, art a king of kings, for the Elohim of heaven have given thee a kingdom. And we just read that in Jeremiah, the 27th chapter. Power and strength and glory. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beasts of the field and the fowls of the heaven have he given into thy hand, and have made thee ruler over them all. Thy art this head of gold. Again, you can find another interpretation of this dream in the book of Daniel, the 7th chapter. It says, and after thee shall arise another kingdom, inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom should be strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh in pieces, and subdue all things, and as iron hath break all thieves, shall it break in pieces and bruise. And this fourth kingdom of iron represented none other than Rome. It tells us And whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, part of powder clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron. For as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with the mirrored clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with mirrored clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And in the days of these kings shall the Elohim of heaven set up a kingdom, which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it brake in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great Elohim hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter, and the dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof sure. So this Daniel of the Hebrews that possessed so much wisdom, knowledge, and understanding saved their lives and the other people's lives, which was known as astrologers, musicians, and soothsayers. He saved their lives by inquiring to the only one that can reveal secrets, and that was our Creator, Yahweh alone. And Yahweh installed the secret into Daniel, where Daniel was able to save his life, his companions' lives, and all the wise men of the reign of Babylon. And in having such wisdom and loyalty and trust and fear in his Creator, the scriptures continue to tell us in the 46th verse, then the king Nebuchadnezzar fell upon his face and what? Worship Daniel, and commanded that they should offer an oblation and sweet odors unto him. The king answered unto Daniel and said, of a truth it is that your Elohim is a Elohim of Elohims, and a master of kings, and a revealer of secrets, seeing thou couldst reveal this secret. Then the king made Daniel, please take note, a great man, not all of Israel, but Daniel, a great man, and gave him many great gifts, and made him ruler over the whole province of Babylon, and chief of the governors over all the wise men of Babylon. Then Daniel requested of the king, and he set Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego over the affairs of the province of Babylon, based on Daniel's request. But Daniel sat in the gate of the king. So those three Hebrew guys, our brothers, also worked in the province or in the realm of Nebuchadnezzar, but they did not work in the capacity of Daniel, for Daniel sat in the gate of the king. It also tells us about Daniel's exploits and his trust and his loyalty to the Creator. It tells us in the 3rd chapter, and it reads, Nebuchadnezzar the king made an image of gold, whose height was 60 cubits, and the breadth thereof 6 cubits. He set it up in the plain of Dura in the province of Babylon. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king sent to gather together the princes, the governors, and the captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the province to come to the dedication of the image which Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Then the princes, the governors, and captains, the judges, the treasurers, the counselors, the sheriffs, and all the rulers of the province were gathered together into the dedication of the image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. And they stood before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. Then an herald cried aloud, "To you it is commanded, O people, nations, and languages, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, pastry, dulcimer, and all the kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king hath set up. And whosoever fall not down and worship shall the same hour be cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace." Therefore, at that time, when all the people heard the sound of the cornet, the flute, the harp, the sackbut, the pastry, and all kinds of music, all the people, the nations, and the languages fell down and worshiped the golden image that Nebuchadnezzar the king had set up. Wherefore at that time certain Chaldeans came near and accused the Hebrews. And the reason why they accused the Hebrews, because these are Hebrews that have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. They knew about the covenant of their Creator and the will of their Creator. And in the very first word of the Creator will is, "Thou should not bow down to anything, any likeness." Thus it reads, "Wherefore at that time certain Chaldeans came near and accused the Hebrews. They speak and said to the king Nebuchadnezzar, O king, live forever. Thy, O king, has made a decree that every man that shall hear the sound of the cornet, flute, harp, sackbut, pastry, and dulcimer, and all kinds of music shall fall down and worship the golden image. And whoso falls not down and worship, that he should be cast into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. There are certain Hebrews whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province." Not all the Hebrews, please take note, Israel, but there are certain Hebrews whom thou hast set over the affairs of the province of Babylon, whose names are Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Daniel is not mentioned there, but it lets us know that these three men had possessed their wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. They knew the covenant of the law. They knew what their Creator desired. They probably had knowledge of Hosea. I think it's the second chapter where it tells Hosea that he would marry a whore and the whore was not supposed to go to another. That denotes Israel. Many times we find ourselves in captivity, and even though the curses tell us that we will serve wood and stone, the Almighty never desired us to serve anyone but Him. Thus, The 3 Hebrew boys showed forth their loyalty. They showed forth their integrity. They showed forth their trust and their fear in their Creator. Thus it reads, there are certain Jews in many of your books, and that is in erroneous rendering, for there is no J's in the Hebrew alphabet, nor was our fathers ever called Jews. But instead it should have read, there were certain Hebrews whom thou hast set over the affair of the province of Babylon, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. These men, O king, have not regarded thee. They serve not thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then Nebuchadnezzar, in his rage, in his pride and fury, commanded to bring Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Then they brought these men before the king. Nebuchadnezzar spake and said unto them, is it true, O Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego? Do not ye serve my gods, nor worship the golden image which I have set up? Now if ye be ready, that at what time ye hear the sound of the cornet, the flute, the harp, the sackbut, the pastry, and the dulcimer, and all kinds of music, ye fall down and worship the image which I have made. Well, but if ye worship not, ye shall be cast the same hour into the midst of the burning fury furnace. And who is that Elohim that should deliver you out of my hands? And it lets us know that your brother said pride, because just before this chapter, the same Nebuchadnezzar acknowledged to Daniel that Daniel serves the Elohim of Elohims, the master of all kings. So he's using his pride and speaking against even his own words. It says, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego answered and said to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we are not careful to answer thee in this matter. If it be so, our Elohim, whom we serve, is able to deliver us, the one that I'm going to bow down to. It says, if it be so, our Elohim, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fury furnace. And how is they serving Yahweh that day? By not bowing down to anyone else. By showing forth their integrity, their loyalty, their trust, and their fear in their Creator, to where they refuse, even in captivity, to bow down to anyone other than the one that has put them in captivity. Even though we just read in Jeremiah, the 27th chapter, that the nation that does not serve Nebuchadnezzar should die. And the Almighty meant that, just like he meant when he told our fathers in the wilderness that we were not to bow down to anyone or anything other than our Creator. And our fathers, especially Daniel, Meshach, and the other 2 Hebrew boys, stand firm to those words, even in time of oppression, captivity, and prosecution. Thus it reads, if it be so, according to the 17th verse, our Elohim, whom we serve, is able to deliver us from the burning fury furnace, and he will deliver us out of thy hand, O king. But if not, please take note, the choice, the loyalty, the showing of one's integrity. It says, but if not, be it known unto thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. These other things you tell us to do, as far as your law and keeping the laws and things like that, we're going to do. But some things we cannot do and we won't do even into our death. And many of us have been brought into this particular situation that we're reading today. And many of us have chosen death than to bow down to the Christ of the New Testament, or to bow down to the Allah of the Quran, or to bow down to the Jesus image or the celestial image that you find in the Kibbutz and the gas. Many of us are witnesses and patriots with Daniel, Mishael, Hananiah, because we have a vouch not to lay down, not to lay in the bed with the gods of the enemy. We have a vouch to forsake Jesus and all the gods that the enemies have given us. And we have a vouch not to bow down nor pray to or through them. And we are showing the same wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that our Hebrew brothers showed that was with Daniel. Thus it reads, but if not, be it known unto the king, and to thee, O king, that we will not serve thy gods, nor worship the golden image which thou hast set up. Then was Nebuchadnezzar full of fury, and the form of his visage was changed against Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Therefore he spake and command that they should heat the furnace 7 times more than it was wont to be heated. And he commanded the most mighty men that were in his army to bind Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and to cast them into the burning fiery furnace. And please note, Daniel was not in this one. It says, then these men was bound in their coats, their hosens, and their hats, and their other garments that were cast into the midst of the burning furious furnace. Therefore, because the king's commandment was urgent, and the furnace exceedingly hot, the flame of the fire showed or slew those men that took up Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It's telling us the men that was appointed to throw those 3 brothers in the furious furnace, it was so hot they got burned up just by trying to put them in there. It says, and these 3 men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, fell down, bound into the midst of the burning fiery furnace. Then Nebuchadnezzar the king was astonished, and rose up in haste, and spake and said unto his counselors, did not we cast 3 men bound into the midst of the fire? They answered and said unto the king, true, O king. He answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose. We bound them up and threw 3 men in the furious furnace. He said, but I look and I see them loose, and there's 4. And I told you, Daniel is not mentioned in this historical matter. It says, so Daniel is not the 4th man. It says, he answered and said, lo, I see 4 men loose walking in the midst of the fire, and they have no hurt. They ain't burnt. And the form of the 4th is like the Son of Man. Then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning furious furnace. And please take note, Israel. This fourth man is none other than the angel. Just like the angel appeared to Moses, there's an angel that constantly appeared to Daniel and the three Hebrew boys. It had nothing to do with the Christ of the New Testament. And when you read the book of Daniel, it is dealing with at least over 500 years before they even came up with a story dealing with the New Testament. So this could never be related to a Christ of the New Testament. This is over 500 years before that character was even thought of. It tells us, again in the 26th verse, then Nebuchadnezzar came near to the mouth of the burning furnace and speak and said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, ye servants of the Most High Elohim, come forth and come hider. Then, and he talking to these people that they throwed in the furnace. Then Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came forth of the midst of the fire. And the princes, the governors, captains, and the king's counselor being gathered together saw these men, upon whose body the fire had no power, because Yahweh is the judge, nor was an hair of their head singed, neither was their coats changed, nor the smell of fire had passed on them. And that is a great feat, because it allows you to know that Yahweh truly protected and watched over those boys. Many times you might be delivered out of a fire. If you had a fire in your house, you might be delivered out of the fire. You might didn't die in the fire. You might have lost a lot of property and stuff like that, but you at least going to come out smelling like smoke. These men didn't even smell like smoke. And it allows us to know the protection, the hedge that Yahweh will put around one that trusts in him, that is loyal to his words, that believe in him, that fear him, and that departs from evil. Thus it reads in the 28th verse, Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the Elohim. He done got out of his pride. It says, Then Nebuchadnezzar spake and said, Blessed be the Elohim of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who have sent his angel and delivered his servants that that trust in him, and have changed the king's word and yield their bodies, that they might not serve nor worship any God except their own God. And how did we serve and worship Yahweh? By fearing him and departing from evil, not by keeping the covenant of the law that was broken. Because if you was, you would not even found yourself in captivity. And since the covenant of the law was broken, is the main reason why Israel was in bondage. But they was loyal to that which was taught them all their lives. As many of us are becoming loyal to the things that we learned today. We haven't been taught these things all our life. But the things that we have learned today, we are beginning to be loyal, and we're beginning to trust in Yahweh. So we refuse to eat swine. We refuse to lay with another man's wife. We refuse to lie to our brothers and sisters and say we keeping the Sabbath, when the Sabbath is a sign between Israel and their Elohim, that Yahweh has sanctified you from the rest of the people. We refuse to lie to our brothers and sisters. So many of us in our learning today are becoming loyal and trustworthy and trusting in Yahweh, and refuse to bow down to any graven image and refuse to serve their gods, even this day. It says in the 29th verse, therefore I make a decree that every people, nation, and language will speak anything amiss against what? The Elohim of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego shall be cut in pieces, and their houses shall be made a dunghill, because there is no other Elohim that can deliver after this sort. So again, Nebuchadnezzar's pride has come down, and he have acknowledged the Elohim of Daniel again. Then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. It also tells us I would like to start at the 6th chapter of Daniel. I know I said we're going to read all the chapters of Daniel, but due to time restraint, I'm not going to be able to get all the chapters in. So I leave these 2 chapters to y'all to read for yourself. And it tells us in the 2 chapters that you will read to yourself will be the 4th chapter and the 5th chapter. But I would like to read something out of the 4th chapter before we go to the 6th chapter. And what I would like to read in the 4th chapter, we can find in the 4th chapter. I'd like to start in the 16th verse. And this 4th chapter is dealing with another dream that Nebuchadnezzar the king had. And it was another dream that the magicians and astrologers and the soothsayers could not answer. So it was known, and it was still known about these Hebrew boys that Belshazzar, the master of the magicians, had. And it tells us, let's start at the 10th verse. Sorry about that. Let's start at the 10th verse. I will still read out this 4th chapter. I just won't read its entirety. I ask the listening audience to read its entirety. I would like to start at the 10th verse based on time restraint, and it tells us in the 10th verse this. Thus were the vision of my head in my bed. I saw, and behold, a tree in the midst of the earth, and the height thereof was great. The tree grew and was strong, and the height thereof reached into heaven, and the sight thereof to the end of all the earth. The leaves thereof was fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all. The beasts of the field had shadow under it, and the fowls of the heaven dwelt in the broths thereof, and all flesh was fed of it. I saw in the vision of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher and a holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud and said thus, heave down the tree, and cut off his branches, shake off his leaves, and scatter his fruit. Let the beast get away from under it, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, and the tender grass of the field, and let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts in the grass of the earth. And let his heart be changed from man's, and let his beast heart be given, or let a beast heart be given into him. And this is talking none other than the king of Babylon and the things that will befall the king of Babylon. It tells us, and let his heart be changed from man, and let his beast, and let a beast's heart be given unto him, and let 7 times pass over him. This matter, Israel, is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of man, whatever kingdom it is, and give it to whomsoever he will, as it is written in Jeremiah, the 27th chapter, the 5th verse. It says, and setteth up over it the basis, the lowest of men. This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now thy, O Belshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof. For as much as all the wise men of my kingdom are not able to make known unto me the interpretation, but thou art able, for the spirit of the holy Elohims is in thee. Then Daniel, whose name was Belshazzar, was astonished for 1 hour, and his thoughts troubled him. The king spake and said, Belshazzar, let not the dream or the interpretation thereof trouble thee. Belshazzar answered and said, my master. Note what he called it, my master. The dream be to them that hate thee, and the interpretation thereof to thy enemies. The tree that thou sawest, which grew and was strong, whose height reached into the heaven, and the sight thereof to all the earth, whose leaves were fair, and the fruit thereof much, and in it was meat for all, under which the beasts of the field dwelt, and upon whose branches the fowls of the heaven had their habitation. It is thy, O king, that art grown and become strong, for thy greatness is grown and reached into heaven, and thy dominion to the end of the earth. And whereas the king saw and watcher and an holy one coming down from heaven, and saying, heave the tree down and destroy it, yet leave the stump of the root thereof in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass in the tender grass of the field. And let it be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the beasts of the field, till 7 times pass over him. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the Most High, which is come upon my master the king, that they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field, and they shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and they shall wet thee with the dew of heaven, and 7 times shall pass over thee, till thou know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. And look at the visions and the dreams that Daniel and them is revealing and understanding. And they understand that in this captivity, Yahweh is the ruler. So they was more than law to not eat of a defiled thing. They was more than law not to bow down to a graven image. Thus it tells us And whereas they commanded to leave the stump of the tree roots, that thy kingdom shall be sure into thee. After that thou shalt have known that heaven do rule, that the heavens do rule. Wherefore, O king, let my counsel be acceptable unto thee, and break off thy sins by righteousness. And please take note, the king of Babylon was not under the covenant of the law, but the Almighty let him know that he have sinned. And break off thy sins by righteousness, and thy iniquities by showing mercy to the poor. Because at this time, he was being very arrogant and pride-hearted. If it may be a lifting of thy tranquility. All this came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar. At the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. The king spake and said, Is not this great Babylon that I have built for the house of the kingdom by the mighty of my power, not the power that Yahweh gave according to Jeremiah the 27th chapter, but he's boasting in his own, and for the honor of my majesty. While the words was in the king's mouth, there fell a voice from heaven, saying, O King Nebuchadnezzar, to thee it is spoken, the kingdom is departed from thee, and they shall drive thee from men, and thy dwelling shall be with the beasts of the field. They shall make thee to eat grass as oxen, and he was butt naked, and 7 times shall pass over thee, until thou know that the Most High rules in the kingdom of men, and giveth it to whomsoever he will. The same hour was the things fulfilled upon Nebuchadnezzar, and he was driven from men, and did eat grass as oxen, and his body was wet with the dew of heaven, until his hair was grown like eagle's feathers, and his nails like bird claws. And at the end of the day, I, Nebuchadnezzar, lift up my eyes into heaven, and my understanding returned into me. And I blessed, he said, I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him. This is the heathen, and he is not under the covenant of the law, but please note his understanding, as Daniel, Meshach, Abednego, and the rest of the Hebrews did. It says, and my understanding returned into me, and I blessed the Most High, and I praised and honored him that lives forever, whose dominion is an everlasting dominion, and his kingdom is from generation to generation. And all the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing, and he does according to his will in the army of heaven and among the inhabitants of the earth. And none, I say, can stay his hand, or say unto him, what does die? At the same time, my reason returned into me, and for the glory of my kingdom, my honor and the brightness returned into me once he acknowledged who is the ruler of the heaven and earth. It says, returned into me, and my counselors and my masters sought into me, and I was established in my kingdom, and exceedingly majesty was added unto me. But I, Nebuchadnezzar, praised and extolled and honored the King of heaven, all whose works are truth, and his ways judgment, and those that walk in pride as he was doing, he is able to abase. Then it tells us in the 6th chapter. It tells us in the 6th chapter, please read the 5th chapter. It tells us in the 6th chapter, I truly want to read some of this 5th chapter, but the 5th chapter is letting us know that the kings the king's prides have risen again. They was boasting, they was drinking and having a merry time with the silver and the gold vessels that they have taken out of the house of Yahweh, and they was getting drunk and praising their gods with the gold and the silver and the brass and the iron and the wood and the stone. And the Almighty had to come to them again. And it showed again that Yahweh is the King of the heaven and the earth, and that all men must praise him, and any man that boasted themselves in pride could be abased by Yahweh alone. And that's what this story is talking about. The Almighty brought another terrible wrath upon them. And I would like to start reading, since I said that, I will read a little bit of this 5th chapter, because it allows us to know how Yahweh ruled among the kingdom of man. It tells us in the 5th chapter, if it's Yahweh's willing, we will have next week. It tells us in the 5th chapter, I'll start at the first verse, and it reads, Belshazzar, the king, made a great feast to 1,000 of his masters, or his lords, and drunk wine before the thousands. Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and the silver vessels, which his father Nebuchadnezzar, don't forget what the Jeremiah 27 said, that we supposed to serve Nebuchadnezzar and his sons. Well, here go one of his sons, Belshazzar. While he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar have taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, that the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein. Then they brought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of Elohim, which was at Jerusalem. And the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines drunk in them. They drunk wine and praised the God of gold and of silver, of brass and of iron, of wood and of stone. Idolatry, Israel. And the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand and wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace. And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his lions was loosened, and his knees smote one against the other, shaking like a leaf. The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. And the king spake and said to the wise men of Babylon, Whoever shall read this writing and show me the interpretation thereof shall be clothed with scarlet and have a chain of gold about his neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Then was King Belshazzar, greatly troubled, and his countenance was changed in him, and his masters were astonished. Now the queen, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house, and the queen speaked and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let thy countenance be changed. There is, please take note how Daniel was used throughout this whole bondage, how the Spirit was upon him, and how he was favored. It says, there is a man in thy kingdom, in whom is the what? Spirit of the holy Elohim. And in the days of thy father, light by the law and by the testimony. If they come not according to these, it's only because there is no light in them. It says, of thy father, light and understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, who was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father made master of the magicians, the astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. For as much as an excellent spirit and knowledge and understanding, interpreting of dreams and showing of hard sentences and dissolving of doubt were found in the same Daniel, whom the king named Belshazzar. Now let Daniel be called, and he will show the interpretation. Then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spake and said unto Daniel, art thou that Daniel, which art of the children of the captivity of Yehuda, whom the king my father brought out of Hebrewism, or say Jewry, in many of our Bibles? It says, I have even heard of thee, that the spirit of the gods is in thee, and that light and understanding and excellent wisdom is found in thee, because of the spirit that was put on him. And now the wise men, the astrologers, have been brought in before me, that they should read this writing and make known unto me the interpretation thereof. But they could not show the interpretation of the thing. And I have heard of thee, that thou canst make interpretations and dissolve doubts. Now if thou can read the writing and make known to me the interpretation thereof, thou shalt be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about thy neck, and shall be the third ruler in the kingdom. Then Daniel answered and said before the king, let thy gifts be to thyself, keep them, and give thy rewards to another. Yet I will read the writing unto the king, and make known to him the interpretation. O thy king, the Most High Elohim gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom, and a majesty, and glory, and honor. And for the majesty that he gave him, all people, nations, and languages trembled and feared before him. Whom he would, he slew, and whom he would, he kept alive. It was in his, he had the power to do so. It was in his hand. And whom he would, he set up, and whom he would, he put down. But when his heart was lifted up, another form of pride, and the Almighty showed and used Daniel again to let the world know that Yahweh is the judge of the earth. And anyone that puts himself up in pride against Yahweh and his people can be abased by Yahweh himself. Thus it reads, but when his heart was lifted up and his mind hardened in pride, he was deposed from his kingly throne, and they took his glory from him. And he was driven from the sons of men, and and his horse was made like the beast, and his dwelling was with the wild asses. They fed him with grass like oxen, and his body was wet in the dew of heaven, till he knew that the Most High Elohim ruled in the kingdom of men, and that he appoint over it whomsoever he will. And thy son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled thy heart, though thou knowest all this. You know this, and you still drunk out of those cups and lifted up your heart, but has lifted up thyself against the master of heaven. And they have brought the vessels of his house before thee, and thy and thy masters, thy wives and thy concubines have drunk wine in them, and thou hast praised the gods of silver and gold, of brass, iron, wood, and stone, which see not, nor hear, nor know that the Elohim, in whose hand thy breath is, and whose are all thy ways, has thy not glorified. Then was the part of the hand sent from him, and this writing was written. And this is the writing that was written. Mene, Tekel, Hasen. This is the interpretation of the thing. Mene, Elohim has numbered thy kingdom and finished it. Tekel, thy art weighed in the balance and art found wanting. Peres, thy kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Then commanded Belshazzar, and they clothed Daniel with scarlet and put a chain of gold about his neck and made a proclamation concerning him that he should be the third ruler in the kingdom. And that night was Belshazzar, the king of the Chaldeans, slain. And Darius, the Median, took the kingdom, being about 62 years old, 62 years old. The 6th chapter reads, and it looks like this is going to be the last chapter I'm going to be able to read today. Due to time restraint, it is already 8 o'clock. Times fly when you're having fun. It tells us in the 6th chapter, the very first verse, it pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princesses. For the kingdom of Persia had 127 provinces. But it tells us it pleased Darius to set over the kingdom 120 princes, which should be over the whole kingdom. And over these 3 presidents, of whom Daniel was first, that the princes might give account unto them, and the king should have no damage. Then this Daniel was preferred above the presidents and princes, because an excellent spirit was in him, and the king thought to set him over the whole realm. Then the presidents and the princes sought an occasion against Daniel, because they were jealous, because of their pride. It says, concerning the kingdom, but they could find none occasion nor fault, for as much as he was faithful, not just to his creator, but to the ministration that he was working under. Neither was there any error or fault found in him. Then said these men, we shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, except we find it against him concerning the law of his Elohim. And many people teach where at this time Daniel was under the covenant of the law, and that is not true. They are trying to find account against Daniel's integrity of the law. They knew that Daniel refused to bow down. They knew that Daniel said in his heart that he would not eat of the king's meat. They knew that Daniel or the three Hebrew boys refused to bow down to the graven image or the golden cup or whatever it was that the king Nebuchadnezzar had in his hand. So they got to find making an accusation against Daniel based on Daniel Elohim and the laws of their land. And they shouldn't have tried that after all that Daniel has revealed it and what has happened to the Father and the Son. Because the son just got killed. As we just read, Belshazzar just got killed for trying Daniel and trying the Almighty. Well, it says this. In the 4th verse, then the presidents and the princes sought to find occasion against Daniel concerning the kingdom, but they could not find because he was faithful. And they couldn't find no fault. There was no error. The 5th verse says, then said these men, we shall not find any occasion against this Daniel, except we find it against him concerning the law of his Elohim. Then these presidents and the princes assembled together to the king, said and thus unto him, King Darius, live forever. All the presidents of the kingdom and governor and the princes and counselors and the captains have consulted together to establish a royal statute and to make a firm decree that whatsoever shall ask a petition of any god or man for 30 days, save of thee, O king, he shall be cast into the den of lions. So they are trying to set up our brother to make him look guilty, and the only way they could try to set him up is by not allowing him to pray to his Elohim. They knew that Daniel prayed to his Elohim 3 times a day. So they said, let's use that against him. And let's trick the king and make the king think that he's doing this against the king. That way the king will make a decree that whoever doing such will kill. It never works out like that because Elohim is the judge. Thus it reads. It tells us, wherefore King Darius, let's go at the 8th verse, it says, now, O king, establish decree and sign the writing, that it be not changed according to the law of the Medes and Persians. This ain't even dealing with the Babylonians right now. It's dealing with the king. The end of the Babylonians was dealing with the death of Belshazzar, the son. Now the Persians and the Medes is kicking in. It says, and these are the same nations that Daniel was speaking of in the 2nd chapter. I said the 4th beast or the 4th kingdom was Rome. The 3rd was Greece. Before that was the Persians and the Medes. And before that is Babylon. That is the 4 metals. That is the 4 beasts and the 4 kingdoms. It tells, and you should know all these things once you read all that I asked you to read, and the rest of the book of Daniel, which starts in the 7th chapter to the 12th. It tells us in the 9th verse, wherefore King Darius signed the writing and the decree. Now, when Daniel knew that the writing was signed, he went into his house, and his windows being open in his chamber toward Jerusalem. He kneeled upon his knees 3 times a day and prayed and gave thanks before his Elohim, as he did aforetime, for he was well known and schooled in wisdom and knowledge and understanding, so he knew all these things. Then these men assembled and found Daniel praying and making supplication before his Elohim. Daniel just prayed. Then they came near and speak before the king concerning the king decree? Hast thou not signed a decree? They know he have, but they trying to set up Daniel, that every man that shall ask a petition of any god or man within 30 days, save of thee, O king, shall be cast into the den of lions. The king answered and said, the thing is true, according to the law of the Medes and Persians, which alter not. Then answered they and said before the king, that Daniel, the man that you set up, which is of the children of the captivity of Yehuda, regard not thee, O king, nor the decree that thou hast signed, but make his petition 3 times a day. Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself, because they lied against Daniel, and they have set up Daniel to be in this situation, because they knew Daniel was already praying before they allowed and coached the king in making such a decree. It says, was sore displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. The man didn't want Daniel to be destroyed. He had just set Daniel up. But his presidents and all them is setting Daniel up, and they are coaching the king against Daniel. Thus it reads. Then the king, when he heard these words, was sore displeased with himself, and set his heart on Daniel to deliver him. And he labored till the going down of the sun to deliver him. Then these men, the crooked men, assembled unto the king and said unto the king, know, O king, that the law of the Medes and Persians is that no decree nor statute which the king established may be changed. So they done trapped the king up in his own sand. Then the king commanded, and they brought Daniel and cast him into the den of lions. Now the king spake and said unto Daniel, please take note, thy Elohim, whom thou servest continually, he will deliver thee. And how did Daniel serve Yahweh continuously? By using his integrity, his loyalty, his trust, and his fear, and his avouching to depart from evil. They're not talking about Daniel keeping the Sabbath. They're not talking about Daniel executing the judgments of Yahweh in their land. It's talking about how Daniel showed forth his integrity and his loyalty to the Most High, where he would never bow down to another. If it was Yahweh's will to kill him, so be it. Thus it reads, then the king answered or commanded, and they brought Daniel and cast him into the den of lions. Now the king spake and said it to Daniel, because it has been known, thy Elohim, whom thou servest continuously, he will deliver thee. And the stone was brought and laid upon the mouth of the den, and the king sealed it with his own signet and with the signet of his masters, that the purpose might not be changed concerning Daniel. Then the king went to his palace and passed the night fasting. So it lets you know that the king was troubled. Passed the night fasting. Neither were instruments of music brought before him, and his sleep went from him. Then the king arose very early in the morning and went in haste to the den of lions, because Daniel was a good man, and he didn't want Daniel to die, nor did the Almighty. It says when he came to the den, he cried with a lamentable voice unto Daniel. And the king spake and said unto Daniel, O Daniel, servant of the living Elohim, is thy Elohim, whom thy servest continuously able to deliver thee from the lions? Then said Daniel unto the king, O king, live forever. He knew it wasn't his fault. My Elohim has sent his angel again and have shut the lion's mouth, that they have not hurt me. For as much as before him innocency was found in me, and also before thee, so he was innocent, before thee, O king, have I done no hurt. Then was the king exceedingly glad for him, because he did not die, and because his creator delivered him again, and commanded that they should take Daniel up out of the den. So Daniel was taken up out of the den, and no manner of hurt was found upon him, because, please take note, Israel, not because he kept the commandments or the covenant of the law that was broken, but because in first place we read, it was because he trusted in Yahweh. Well, at the end of the historical matter, it says because he believed in his Elohim. And the king commanded, and they brought those men which had accused Daniel. They lied, they tricked him, and they lied to the king. So they brought those men which had accused Daniel, and they cast them into the den of lions, them, their children, and their wives, and the lions had a mastery of them. So it wasn't that the lions didn't eat Daniel because they didn't have no appetite, because they truly had an appetite. Soon they threw the men that accused Daniel and threw their children in there and threw their wives in there. The lions had a feast. So it shows that the only reason the lions did not touch Daniel is because of the angel that Yahweh sent to protect Daniel, and because Daniel was right in his doings. He did not go against Yahweh, nor did he go against the king that was reigning. Thus it says, of them, and break all their bones. So these lions was hungry, crushing, break all their bones in pieces, or ever they came at the bottom of the den. Then King Darius wrote into all people, nation, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied unto you. I make a decree that in every dominion, and note the Persian decrees can't be changed. So when they made a decree that Israel and Jerusalem should be built, that can't be changed. Well, it says here, before that decree was made, it says, then King Darius wrote into all people, nations, and languages that dwell in all the earth, peace be multiplied unto you. I make a decree that in every dominion of all my kingdom, men trembled in fear before Elohim of Daniel. For he is the living Elohim, and steadfast forever, in his kingdom, that which shall not be destroyed, and his dominion shall be even unto the end. He delivered and rescued, and he worked signs and wonders in heaven and in earth, who have delivered Daniel from the power of the lion. So this Daniel prospered in the reign of Darius and in the reign of Cyrus the Persians. I will end the presentation on that note. It is 8:16. Right after these notes, I wanted to show, let us go one more place real quick, and let's end on this note. Instead of ending on the trust that Daniel had for the Almighty, let's end with the last words of Daniel, and let's end by what he did throughout the historical flight, which was pray and believe in his Creator. It tells us in the 9th chapter, since the Babylonian time is over, Cyrus and the Persians and them are kicking in. That way, when I start next week with Nehemiah, we'll be right on hand or right on board with the Persians that Nehemiah and them is talking to before he actually go back to the land to take care of Jerusalem and rebuild the walls and things. So let's leave out on this note. And the note we're going to leave out on is chapter 9 of the book of Daniel. And bear with me, let's get this chapter in right quick. It tells us in the 9th chapter of Daniel, in the first year of Darius, the son of Ahasuerus, of the seed of the Medes, which was made king over the realm of the Chaldeans. In the first year of this reign, I, Daniel, understood by books. And the books that he understood, these things that he's about to let us know about, was none other than the book of Jeremiah. It says, I, Daniel, understood by books the number of the years, whereof the word of Yahweh came to Jeremiah. That's why we started in Jeremiah, the prophet, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolation of Jerusalem. And I set my face, as he done throughout the 6 chapters we read, into the Master Elohim, to seek by prayer, Israel, and supplication, the same prayers that our fathers made way back when in Egypt. It says, I set my face into the Master Elohim to seek by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed, Israel, unto Yahweh my Elohim, and made my confession and said, Master, the great and dreadful Elohim, keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love him and to them that keep his commandments. We, not them, not everybody except me and the 3 Hebrew boys, but it says we have sinned and have committed iniquity. Where? In Babylon? No, in our land that spewed us out, that cast us out. It says we have sinned and have committed iniquity and have done wickedly and have rebelled even by departing from the precepts and from thy judgments. Neither have we hearkened unto the servants, the prophets, which thou speak in thy name to our kings, our princes, and our fathers, and to all the people of the land. And Jeremiah was definitely one of them. O Master, righteousness belongs unto thee, but unto us confusion of faith. How are you under the covenant of the law and being confused at the same time? Our brothers Daniel and them came in Babylon, and they were not confused, but they had wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of science. Thus it reads. What verse did I leave off? It says, neither have we hearkened unto the servant, the prophets, which speak in thy name, to our kings, our princes, to our fathers, to all the people of the land. Yahweh, righteousness belongs unto thee, but unto us confusion of faith, as at this day, to the men of Yehuda, to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and unto all Israel that are near and that are far off. So it lets us know that they were still in the province, and some of those provinces or those people were also in their land, even though it was still called the province. The Persians had 127 provinces from India to Ethiopia, and our land was in the midst of that. It says, in the 8th verse, Master, on confusion of face to our kings, to our princes, to our fathers, because we have sinned against thee. To Yahweh, our Elohim, belongs mercy. We received our mercy from our Creator and forgiveness, though we have rebelled against him. Neither have we obeyed the voice of Yahweh our Elohim to walk in his laws, which he set before us by his servants the prophets. And you will find this setting only in your land. When Yahweh was rising up early, sending them, telling us to return before the great and dreadful day befell us, and we refused. It says, yea, all Israel have transgressed thy law, even by departing, that they might not obey thy voice. Therefore, the curse is poured upon us. So the curse is only upon us today, Israel, because the covenant of the law is broken. Not because he's trying to get you to return today, not because he's trying to get you to hear it, but because it has already been refused. Then the curse is befallen thee, as it is this day. It says, the curse is poured upon us, and the oath that is written in the law of Moses, the servant of Elohim, because we have sinned against him. And he hath confirmed, as we refuse to confirm, according to Deuteronomy, the 27th chapter, the 26th verse. But it tells us here, and he hath confirmed his words, which he speak against us and against our judges that judged us, by bringing upon us a great evil from under the whole heaven, have not been done as had been done upon Jerusalem. The judgment have already been laid, and today we are recipients of that punishment. As it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil is come upon us. Yet may we not, what? Your acts? No, your prayer before Yahweh our Elohim, that we might turn. The book of Lamentations asks Yahweh to turn us, that we might be turned. So we are waiting on Yahweh to put that spirit upon us, that we may be turned. Until then, it tells us, as in the 13th verse, as it is written in the law of Moses, all this evil is come upon us, yet may we not our prayers before Yahweh our Elohim. And all we ever tell our brothers and sisters is to get on your black knees and pray to Yahweh for forgiveness. We always tell our brothers that. And we tell our brothers to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus it tells us in the 14th verse, or the latter part of the 13th verse, it says, Yahweh our Elohim, that we might turn from our iniquity and understand thy truth. Therefore have Yahweh watched upon the evil. If he didn't want it upon us, it wouldn't be on us. Didn't you see what happened to Daniel? And brought it upon us. For Yahweh our Elohim is righteous in all his works, which he does. For we, Israel, the whole house, obey not his voice. And now, Yahweh our Elohim, that has brought thy people forth out of the land of Egypt with a mighty hand, and have gotten thee renown as it is this day, we have sinned, we have done wickedly. Master, according to all thy righteousness, I beg of thee, let thy anger and thy fury be turned away from thy city, Jerusalem, thy holy mountain, because of our sins and for the iniquities of our fathers. Jerusalem and thy people are become a reproach to all that are about us. Now therefore, O our Elohim, hear the prayer of thy servant. And we're going to hear these same words spoken by Nehemiah, as we also heard spoken by Moses and his supplication. And cause thy face to shine upon thy sanctuary that is desolate for Yahweh's sake. O my master, incline thy ear and hear. Open thy eyes and behold our desolation in the city which is called by thy name. For we do not present, please take note, Israel, for we do not present our supplication before thee for our righteousness. Well, the scripture tells us in the book of Deuteronomy, the 4th chapter, and many other chapters, that the law is our righteousness. So Daniel is teaching and telling us we do not present our supplications before our righteousness. It's not because we keeping the law, but it reads, O my Elohim, incline thy ear and hear. Open thy eyes and behold our desolation in the city which is called by thy name. For we do not present our supplication before thee for our righteousness, but for thy great mercies. Yahweh, hear. Yahweh, forgive. Yahweh, hearken, and do defer not. For thy own sake, O my Elohim, for thy city and thy people are called by thy name. And while I was speaking and praying and confessing my sins and the sin of my people Israel, and presenting, and please take note, he took accountability for his sin. And he let us know that he was praying for our sins as well. The sin of my people Israel, and presenting my supplication before Yahweh my Elohim for the holy mountain of my Elohim. Yea, while I was speaking in prayer, even the man, the angel Gabriel, whom I had seen in the vision at the beginning, being caused to fly swiftly, touched me about the time of the evening oblation, and he informed me and talked with me and said, O Daniel, I am now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. And we just read that at the beginning of this chapter, in the 2nd and 3rd verse. It says, and he's about to give him that understanding that was also given to him through the letters of Jeremiah. It says, now come forth to give thee skill and understanding. The 23rd verse, at the beginning of thy supplication, not the beginning of your reenactment, not you bossing against the system, but it tells us at the beginning of thy supplication, the commandment came forth out your mouth, and I am come to show thee, for thy art greatly beloved. Therefore, understand the matter and consider the vision. 70 weeks are determined, and each week represent a year. It says 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the transgression and to make an end of sins and to make reconciliation, atonement for iniquity, and to bring in everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision, the prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore, and who gave that commandment? Cyrus, and to build Jerusalem into the Messiah, and it normally would find the anointed, the prince shall be 7 weeks, and 62 weeks, which adds up to 79. And the streets shall be built again, and the walls, even in troublous times. And you can find that truth in Ezra, the 1st chapter, and also the 4th chapter. And after 62 weeks, 62 weeks, shall the anointed be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end thereof shall be with a flood, and unto the end of the war desolations are determined. And he shall confirm the covenant with many for 1 week. And in the midst of the week he shall cause the sacrifices and the oblations to cease. And for the overspreading of abomination he shall make it desolate, even into the consummation, and that determined shall be poured upon the desolate. That will be the end of the presentation. We will open up for comments and questions, and again, we will finish this presentation up by starting with the book of Nehemiah. Is there any comments or questions on what we have read and taught thus far?
The lines are open.
The lines are open. Are there any comments or questions about anything that we studied today in the book of Daniel?
Hey, brother, this is Brother Brian in Royal Oak, Michigan, and I spoke with you briefly. And, brother, I just want to say this feels so good. I really appreciate the study, and I have nothing to say, but I'm just basking in the goodness of the truth. I appreciate you, brother, and this conference call type meetings. Thank you very much.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, and thank you for lending the ear that ye may hear. And that was very wisely spoken. A lot of our brothers have misrepresented Daniel, and we're trying to show that there's a time for everything under the sun. And we are not under the same time of Daniel.
Absolutely, brother.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yahweh, Hallelujah, Yahuwah, Hallelujah to Yahuwah.
Hallelujah. Is there any other comments or questions?
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? We should have at least some comments, maybe not so many questions, but some comments, because on social media, you are harassed every day for teaching that the covenant of the law is broken. And many times they harass you with the words of Daniel and the words of Nehemiah and the words of Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter. So this is a great time that we can make a comment. Is there any comments or questions?
The cheese and the crust.
I didn't hear you, sister. Is there any comments or questions? No comments, no questions. I have a question. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Don't worry about my question. I would love to hear your comments and your questions. Go ahead with your comment or question, brother.
Okay, brother. What me and my son, Cordero, were sitting here, and we came in late because, like I told you, I had a stroke, and my perception of time gets off. And so by the time I realized it was 5 something, and I came in, and then the battery went dead, and I had to get it back up. But I wish I could have caught it from the very beginning. But I do want to tell you, I had a question about the Sabbath, because I was like, well, wait a minute, if it's not the Sabbath, if we're not, while we are in our enemy's land, don't we supposed to? Because what I hear a lot from the so-called mores and teachers around here that I have attended is that we're supposed to be keeping a law for the purpose of practicing for when the kingdom comes, when we go back. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if any other people have heard that, but this is truly refreshing in the sense that it feels right. And I don't want to go by my feelings, but I truly am one of those people that really trust in Yahweh and have for a long time. And so hearing this message, I wondered if you could comment on that for me and my son and any others that may not be able to find any words to say that might be thinking the same thing.
Well, you started off speaking about the Holy Sabbath, which Yahweh made known to the children of Israel once they came out of Egypt and found themselves in the wilderness. And the Almighty never gave the children of Israel any of the covenant of the law in Egypt to practice before he came and visited them. And please take note, why would he given you something to practice when he told our father Moses that go tell the children of Israel that I have visited them, not visit them based on what they was practicing, but based on their cry and the affliction that he
Hallelujah.
seen. Now hold on. One of the greatest laws that our brothers and sisters refuse to give up in this polluted land is the Shabbat. And the Shabbat represent rest. Well, the Almighty told us in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 15th verse, why he gave us the Sabbath. And he told us to remember that we were servants in Egypt that did not rest. So you could never practice the Sabbath while you were in captivity, because captivity represents you not resting, and the Sabbath represents you resting. So you are not doing both of them at the very same time. Instead, he visited us in Egypt, brought us out, and made known to us the Sabbath according to Exodus, the 16th chapter. Also, it tells us in Exodus, the 31st chapter, that the Sabbath would be a sign between you and your Creator. Well, today, that sign is never seen upon us. And what is that sign? That sign denotes that Yahweh has set you apart from the rest of the world, that you have become his children and he has become your Elohim. And that sign is nowhere on us this day.
All right.
Bring it out. Show it to me.
Thank you. Thank
Praise
Yahweh. Praise Yahweh. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? You got the floor, Israel. Your brother ain't making the comments. We want to hear the comments. We want to hear the questions. Because like I say, on social media, we got a lot of comments being made, and we got a lot of questions being thrown out there to try to show us that we are in error, to teach that the covenant of the law is broken. And I ask my brothers and sisters on a daily, if the covenant of the law is not broken, what are we doing here? How did we get here?
Right.
Hallelujah.
And if the people keep teaching, well, according to Deuteronomy, the 30th chapter, and we're going to talk more on that chapter in the next segment next week, but if they teach that we're under the covenant of the law and we're supposed to return to Deuteronomy 30th chapter, why haven't you been saved? According to Isaiah, the 59th chapter, the Almighty said his hand is not shortened, nor is his ear heavy. But the reason you are not saved because of your iniquities and because of your sins. So eventually we're not under the covenant of the law because the covenant of the law represents our righteousness. And if we were truly under our righteousness, we would be able to spare our butts by doing that which is right. And we done had many people, even myself included, over 15 years practicing the Sabbath, doing what man told me that we should do. And we are still in this hell.
Yes.
Many of those people have passed away.
Yeah.
And the people that they taught are still in hell.
Yes.
And the scripture nowhere tells us that the covenant of the law represents hell. Nowhere.
Hallelujah.
Yes. Witness.
But what I read today dealing with the book of Daniel showed nothing but his loyalty, showed nothing but his integrity, showed nothing but his trust in the only one that can extend mercy to us. And it showed us his fear, and it showed us that he avouched to depart from evil. So when they wanted him to do something evil, he would never do it. And many of us have that spirit today. We walk around today, don't eat swine. We ain't going to lay with your wife. We ain't going to lie to you. We ain't going to rob you in the name of tithes or none of that, because we have avouched to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. We have the same spirit that Daniel had on him.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
Praise God.
Many of us is new at this walk. We got 3 and 4 and 5 years coming out of Christianity. You are new with this walk. But I must ask you this. Yahweh is just and righteous in all that he does.
Yeah.
Why wasn't you destroyed? Why wasn't you killed according to the covenant of the law all those years you was under Christianity? Can someone answer that?
Damn.
His mercy and grace.
His mercy. His mercy and his loving kindness is extended to us. It's not based on our righteousness. It's not based on our namesake, but it's based on his.
Mercy and grace. Hey, hallelujah.
We did not enter into this land with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding in all things. We didn't even know who our Creator is, and many of us still don't. But you're going to teach that we're supposed to do the same thing that Daniel did in a 70-year period when our 70 years have been times by 7? That's not the same captivity.
No, it's not.
We're dealing with a people that went in the land for 70 years. We've been in this land times 7.
That's right.
And the Almighty told us that according to Deuteronomy 28th chapter, if you refuse to hear, I will bring 7 more plagues upon you, 7 times more. And that's what we are suffering, Israel, today.
Yeah.
Not no 70-year captivity. We are beyond that, Israel.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Indefinite.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I just want to say, that was a good distinction in Daniel 1, 3 and 4, showing that Daniel and three boys, how they were skillful and their wisdom and things like that compared to the rest of Israel. Just want to say that.
Yes, they took the cream of the crop. They always going to take the cream of the crop. And even today, there's nothing new under the sun. When we see our brothers and sisters among the presidents of the day, they are the cream of our crop. They are the most educated and all that. They're not going to have anybody up there with a GED and a regular high school diploma. The king don't want to see you. You wasn't there. You was in the field somewhere. You was in the field somewhere. You wasn't among the king. You didn't eat at the king's meat. Do y'all understand what that means? Anybody can't eat at the king's meat. Try to get to Trump's table today and see how far you get.
Right.
You'll probably get shot at the gate. You see them people be trying to climb the gate and all that at the White House. That's what it is. That's us. That represent us. Can't be at the king's table because we are not those with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding and the spirit that Yahweh put up on them. Many of them we call sellouts that be in the great government positions. We call them sellouts. But those would be the people that we read about in Daniel, the first chapter, the cream of the crop, the most educated.
Hallelujah. Cream of the crop. Right.
Brother, may I ask you another question?
Sure, brother.
Okay. Now that in my mind, I can't recall the scripture about Yahweh said he would destroy his people. And when you made the reference to, many of us not knowing, the statutes and the laws and so forth. Well, then with the transatlantic slave trade, the purpose was to erase the fact of who we were. Period. I mean, and the idea of being destroyed, would you say that is a good analogy between the two?
Yes, it is. And we can find some of those words in the book of Deuteronomy where it talks about the remembrance of Israel should cease. But the Almighty mercy and his loving kindness, he would not allow that to come to pass because of his mercy and what he had promised our fathers, and because of the pride of the enemy. So the Almighty allowed us to know that. Let me find it right quick. I'm thinking about where it tells us. One second. Where it talks about the people ceasing. Can someone help me out right quick when I'm trying to find this? Where it talk about our name cease. Can anyone think of that right quick? Or do I need to grab a concordance to find that right quick? Where it talks about our name should cease. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, and that is in the 32nd chapter of Deuteronomy. Let us turn there right quick. And it tells us in the 32nd chapter of Deuteronomy, I'll start at the 21st verse, and it reads, "They have moved me to jealousy with that which is no God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those which are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn into the lowest hell, and shall shall consume the earth with her increase and set on fire foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischief upon them. I will spread my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger and devoured with burning heat and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without and terror within shall destroy both the young men and the virgin, the suckling also with the man of gray hair, as it is this day. I said, please take note, I said I would scatter them into the corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. And then the Almighty said, with his loving kindness and his tender mercy, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversary should behave themselves strangely. And they did. And we could find where they behaved themselves strangely in Zechariah, the 1st chapter, the 15th verse. Also Jeremiah, the 50th chapter, the 11th verse. And you can also find it in other places. But it tells us in the 27th verse, were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, our hand is high, and Yahweh have not done all this. And we just had read a couple of testimonies dealing with the book of Daniel, where the kings and them acted strangely, where the Almighty had to step in and show the world that his hand is high and that he have the power to abase anyone that set themselves up in pride. And then it says, for they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000 and two put 10,000 in flight, except their rock have sold them, and Yahweh have shut them up. So here is a great example of the destruction that Yahweh said he would put on us, to the extent that our remembrance will cease, but he changed his mind. He showed forth his loving kindness based on the pridefulness